locked into there, because we're live. This is Zombiepalooza Radio, and this evening we're going to be here with Dead Door William and Crunchy talking about the Bram Stoker Awards. All right, we have 5 hours with Patrick Freivald, Nicole Cushing, Brian Kirk, Mercedes Yardley, and John Palisano. Welcome to Zombiepalooza Radio. I'm going to see if I can get my Dead Door back in here. He kind of came in and then, so I need to find out what's going on. And I'm going to go and send over a link to Patrick. And I'm going to ask him how he says his last name so we don't slaughter it. All right.
Yep.
Well, hello, Dead Door. How are you?
I am doing great, wonderful.
Nice to see you glued in. Make sure to use duct tape or whatever the heck you need to do to be able to stay in the first chair co-host position. We also want to do a shout out here before Patrick arrives to Scott Pearson. I hope you're listening. I hope you're feeling better. Get better, because you know, it's not the same without you.
Yeah, it's nuts around here.
I know. It's pretty quiet. Hi, Crunchy. How are you?
I'm doing good, wonderful, and the wires are on there, and signal's good, and we're good to go.
Cool. All right.
So how's everything?
Everything's pretty good. The House of Chin got a little bit rattled last week with something that was kind of crazy and all that, but things seem to be in place, and we're getting the right things moving and all that kind of stuff. I saw Patrick come in, but his screen went dark, so we need to find out what's going on.
Screens go dark.
My screen is dark.
Yes. Well, hello. There you are.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you see me now?
I can. I can see
Excellent,
you.
excellent. I mean, I'm
All
sorry.
Okay. You're much better looking than Dead Door. You gotta see him every day. Jeez. Alright, I'm out of here.
Bye, Crunchy. All right, so we have with us Patrick. How do you say your last name, Patrick?
Freivald.
Hey, I got it. All right.
All right, cool.
Patrick Freivald. Now, you're on this show tonight because you were a nominee for a Bram Stoker Award, and congratulations on that for, I believe, Red Tide?
Black Tide, yeah.
Black Tide. I don't know why I keep switching it to Red Tide. Is there one that's... Why?
You have blood on your mind.
I do.
Ah, see. Hi, Patrick.
Hello.
All right. That's Dead Door. Have you met Dead Door yet?
Yes, I have met Dead Door.
He's an interesting character.
He seems to have a face for radio.
Oh, all right, now I'm going to go and pull up my papers and stuff like that. We had a little bit of a glitch right before my internet crashed.
Ah.
So I have to get all my paperwork and all that kind of stuff. All right, so what I'd like you to do is I would like you to talk about your work, Black Tide, and give us a little bit of a background for those who have not met you yet.
Okay. Well, a bit about me. I am primarily a horror and thriller writer. I'm also a high school teacher. I teach physics and robotics. I keep bees. I don't like being bored, I guess. So that's a little bit about me. I got into writing when my twin brother said, "Hey, we should write a book," and I said, "Okay." So we wrote one together, and then I've since written 7 more, and most of which are published. So I got into Black Tide is the sequel to Jade Sky, which was nominated for a Bram Stoker Award last year. And I have to plug the 3rd book in the Matt Rowley series, which is called Jade Gods, and that's coming out on June 1st. So you can't go too far wrong if you think about these books as superhumans and fallen angels. Think kick-ass action, guns, horror, and just horrifically bloody violence.
For you, what do you believe constitutes a really amazing horror book?
You know, one of the things I love about horror is that it's really a very large tent. It can be a lot of things. I mean, so sometimes it's a matter of, like, you have body horror books or movies like The Fly. You can have monster horror with anything from zombies to Godzilla or whatever else. Psychological horror. The winner in my category this year, I am. This was my 4th Bram Stoker Award nomination. I am always a bridesmaid, never a bride. The winner this year is A Head Full of Ghosts by Paul Tremblay, and
Yes.
that book is absolutely amazing. If you haven't read it, you need to run out and get it. The moment I read it, I was like, I'm not winning this year, and I was very happy to lose to that book. It's an homage to the horror genre, especially horror movies. It has a little element of The Exorcist, a little bit of the Warrens, and it's tremendously good. But it's not particularly violent, and it's not particularly, and I don't want to give too much away. It's basically about a girl's family where when they think she's possessed, but they can't afford to deal with it, and so they're taken advantage of by a reality TV company who decide to turn it into it's a great premise. It's an amazing book. So a horror novel, I mean, horror it's the next closest thing to comedy, I think. It causes a visceral reaction in people. If I can make you stay awake at night thinking, or just shivering and hoping you don't get eaten, I think that's a good horror book. And I think it can be so many different things, but it's that sense of unease and that sense of unsettling that really can make people grow and make people kind of become something different, and or just take them along for a ride on a really, really fun story. And then, of course, for a lot of people, it's that catharsis at the end of it as well, when they go, oh, okay, that was fake. It was not real horror. So
I would like to talk about Black Tide, and I would like to talk about it in the merit of being able to rise up to being nominated for a Bram Stoker Award. There are millions of people out there that create in this particular genre. Very, very few rise to the top to be able to even get into that niche at all, where they're even close to being able to touch one of those awards.
Mhm.
I'm interested, like I said, in the merit of this book. What did they tell you was exceptional about this particular piece for it to be nominated for a Bram Stoker Award?
That's a good question. They didn't tell me anything. There are 2 different ways that a book can get onto the long list before they become a nominated work. One way is that members of the Horror Writers Association can recommend books, and the top 5 recommended books end up on the long list. Black Tide was not one of those. Jade Sky was. That's how Jade Sky ended up on the long list last year. And Black Tide was selected by the jury, which is the other set. And the jurors are anonymous, so I don't know who the jurors were, and I don't know what exactly their criteria was. I do think it's one hell of a story. It has a lot of elements to it. Fundamentally, to me, I think that it's an ass-kicking adventure story. but there's some pretty dark stuff in there too. I incorporate a lot of things about. Primarily, it's about your main villain is an angel that's trying to bring back the fallen angels, the fathers of Nephilim that have been cast into Tartarus, and she's trying to bring them back into the world and essentially dominate the entire planet. And the premise is dark. I think in terms of people who associate violence with horror, there's quite a bit of that. I would like to think that I'm a good writer in terms of merit. I try as much as possible to make a story that make people forget that they're reading, and so that they are just immersed in the story and their imagination and the words on the page are taking them along for a ride. In terms of the exact merit, I really can't say because you've got anonymous jurors who picked it, and there it was. So I can only say that I meant to write one hell of a story, and I'm glad that there are people who appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right. So for you to be able to get into the mindset to be able to write a horror piece of work, what kinds of things do you do? Do you seclude yourself? Do you immerse yourself? What do you do to be able to write a work in horror genre?
Chair in ass. I'm sorry, ass in chair type. I don't really have a ritual. I write when time is available. Sometimes I write between classes at school. We have an hour at the end of the day where kids can come in for extra help or to make up tests or whatever, and if no kids show up, I will often spend that time writing. I usually write at my kitchen table. My house can get a little chaotic. I've got dogs and cats and birds and all sorts of things. Fortunately, the bees outside. And my wife will be watching TV. I may or may not be listening to music. I don't really have much of a ritual. I just, if you want to write, you sit down and you write. That's horror or action or nonfiction or anything else. It doesn't really matter to me in terms of getting into the mindset. I just sit down and do it.
Very cool. Did you cut anything out of Black Tide that you think maybe perhaps now you regret, or is Black Tide pretty much the way that you originally wrote it?
Well, to answer that, let me explain a little about my process. I'm sure you've heard of plotters versus pantsers before. So your pantsers fly by the seat of their pants. They don't even know what's going to happen next, and they just go ahead and write. And your plotters sit down and meticulously plan the whole thing out before they actually go ahead and write it. I am a plotting pantser. I expend a lot of creative energy in a kind of very quick way creating an outline where what I'm essentially doing is writing the book and letting the characters surprise me and all of that, but only by doing a sentence or two per scene or per chapter. And so it goes along, and then when it gets to the end, I can spend anywhere from a few days to a few months editing that outline. I'll expand it, I'll cut things, I'll rearrange it, I'll do whatever needs to be done before I ever actually really sit down to do the actual writing. So that once it's time to actually write, I usually have about a 10 to 20 page outline that tells me exactly where I'm going to go and where and what's going to happen. And then sitting down and actually doing the writing and getting the words on the page is a very fluid process for me, where it just flows very, very easily because I know where I'm going and I know how I want to get there. So that's my process generally. When it comes to cutting stuff out of the book or anything like that, no, if I regretted cutting something out, I wouldn't have cut it. If I regretted putting something in, I wouldn't have put it in. So I think I make the story what it needs to be the story I want it to be, and that's what ends up in the book.
Wonderful answer. Thank you very much. All right, so writing horror, there's a fine line between creating something that is horrific and creating something that has a beautiful sense to it. The reason why I'm going there is this. It's very much walking between the line of life and death. And in horror, there are unfortunate accidents and things that just really grab the mind and twist it, which is what you want. But then on the other side of that, if you had that constant sense of that going on all the time, you would create a vortex where people wouldn't be able to figure out if there was any kind of a balance or any kind of peace that was eventually going to come, even if it was only for a short amount of time. How do you work that into your creative horror works?
Well, you have to have very well anchored characters. Your characters have to be believable. They have to have an element of humanity to them. Sometimes you'll hear people say that characters have to be relatable, and that may or may not be true. Your protagonist probably has to be relatable. If it's not, then whoever's reading the book is probably not your target audience. It's got to be relatable to your target audience, whoever that happens to be. And that won't always be the same people. But if you have very relatable characters, I mean, the way you write a story is that you create characters, you put them in a situation, and then you beat the living crap out of them for 200 or 300 pages. And you disrupt a sense of normalcy. Look at the main types of plot arcs you have. You have the hero's journey, you have a stranger comes to town, etc. What are all of those? You start off with something that is relatively comfortable, relatively familiar, even if it's only comfortable and familiar for that character. It could be some weird alien world or whatever else, but it's their sense of normal. And then you disrupt that. I think one of the things that makes horror so appealing, to me anyway, is that there's, in a lot of books and a lot of movies, everything is going to ultimately turn out okay. And in horror, that's just not the case. It's one of the reasons why I enjoy Stephen King more than Dean Koontz, even though I think Dean Koontz's his plots are tighter. His writing is less sloppy. King is kind of a sloppy writer in some ways. But part of that is really good because King's characters don't have script immunity. I figured out at some point that with Koontz, the good guys were always going to come out on top. And in the end, they weren't even going to be hugely changed because they were going to not just come out on top, they weren't just going to survive, they were going to triumph. And to me, that's what makes Koontz a thriller writer, even in his stuff that looks more like horror. It's still really fundamentally a thriller. You know, in Air Force One, you did not expect Harrison Ford to get killed and thrown off the plane. With King, you have no idea what's going to happen to his characters by the end. They might live, they might die, they might live and be better off dead. And then again, they might actually just kind of fully triumph. Never without paying some kind of cost, I think. But that, I think, is what differentiates horror from a lot of other things, is that when you're writing horror, anything goes in terms of the ultimate consequences for the characters. And that adds a level of suspense that I don't think you get in a lot of other type of writing. It's why George R.R. Martin is fundamentally a horror writer. A set of horror novels set in a fantasy world. And it's because, I mean, when you read a fight scene in Game of Thrones, it's exciting as heck. But you read a fight scene in The Wheel of Time, and it's kind of boring because you know, okay, the good guy might get captured or something, but the good guy's not going to die. And so, at least not in book 7 or 8 or 9 or whatever. And so, to me, that's the fundamental difference, is in horror, you are allowed to just abuse your characters to an extent that you're not in other genres. And so I don't go out of my way to write horror, but what I write ends up usually being horror because I don't want my readers, I don't want to tell a story where you're certain the good guy is going to win. Doesn't mean the good guy doesn't win sometimes.
Right.
But I don't want to write a story where that certainty is there.
When you were at the awards, I'm interested in finding out if you were on any panels there. Did you do any panels?
I did. I did one panel on beta reading, and I have one of the most amazing beta reading groups I've ever heard of. This is 7 people who are dedicated, who want to tell awesome stories, who are willing to share each other's work, to celebrate each other's successes, and when there's something wrong with your story, they're willing to just go at you like a pit bull until they're satisfied that you have addressed the concern, whether you ultimately end up taking their advice or not, that you've at least acknowledged what they're seeing in the story that could be improved. And so that beta reading panel was, we did it last year as well, and it's been well received 2 years in a row. I'm extremely lucky to be in with this group of people, and it's nice to be able to share those. To share those experiences and tell people what they could do to maybe try and get their own beta readers. I did also teach a workshop, but if you want to talk about the beta read panel, we can certainly do that first.
I know how important the beta readers are. Have you ever run into a situation, and I'm going to hope you say no on this, where you had someone beta read for you, and they kind of like walked away, and a little while later, you found some of your ideas popping up? The reason why I ask you that is that I've heard of this happening, and my question then to you, because of that, is there any way that you would be able to protect what you have so that the beta reader group knows that if they go outside that boundary, that there'll be consequences?
No and no are the short answers. No, I'm utterly unconcerned with that. Even if somebody took my idea, which would be impossible to prove, they couldn't write the idea the way that I write the idea. You can Google the phrase "your ideas are worthless" and you'll find all sorts of articles and things on this topic. But it's one of the reasons why people are like, hey, I've got a great idea for a novel, and authors get that all the time, where someone comes up to you like, hey, you should write my idea. It's like, coming up with ideas isn't that hard. Doing them well is hard.
Right.
Just to give you an example of where something like this appeared to have happened, have you ever seen the movie Repo: The Genetic Opera with Paris Hilton?
I haven't seen that one yet.
Well, don't. It's terrible. But the premise behind that movie is that people get artificial organs, and when they can't pay for them, they send guys out to repossess the organs.
Oh, you know what? I think I might have seen that.
Okay. Well, there's a movie called Repo Men starring Jude Law and Forrest Whitaker, and Repo Man, the premise of that movie, now stop if you've heard this one before, but the premise behind that movie is that people get organs, artificial organs, to extend their life, and when they can't afford to pay the payments on them, they send Repo Men out to go get them. It's an identical premise to Repo:
Yes.
The Genetic Opera. And there were fans, not the creators, but the fans of these two movies would argue back and forth about, oh, well, they stole my idea. Repo: The Genetic Opera came out first, and Repo Men came out later. But then it was, oh, wait, Repo Man was in production first. And then, oh, but Repo: The Genetic Opera, the original script was floated around on this year. Yeah, but Repo Men is based on the Repossession Mambo written by Eric Garcia, which was written in the mid-'90s. Eric Garcia, by the way, is my brother Jake's frat brother, which is why Forrest Whitaker's character in the movie is named Jake Freivald.
Oh, no way!
But anyway, yeah. So, no, it's very fun to hear Jude Law in the theater say, Jake Freivald kicked my ass in the 4th grade. It's delightful. But it wasn't a very good movie, unfortunately. The book, Repossession Mambo, is great. But then even that book was an expansion on a short story that was written decades before, or a decade before, anyway. So people argued back and forth about whose idea it was, and what it comes down to is this. The idea, as weird and as unique as that idea is, it's not unique. They came up with it independently. Neither one of them had influenced the other. It was an entirely separate branch. There's 7-some-odd billion people on the planet. People are going to have similar ideas. If someone takes one of my ideas, in fact, John Palisano, who won a Bram Stoker Award, isn't he going to be on later tonight?
Yes, on last hour.
Okay.
Woohoo!
So John wrote a story that I read before it was published. No, but he wrote a story that is extremely similar. It's got a monster in it that is really similar to one that I wrote, and he sent it to me, and I read it, and I was like, wow, I haven't published this, but check out this story, and I sent it to him, and the similarities were huge. But at that point, I hadn't met John except online. We'd never discussed it. And that's, it's fine. That kind of thing happens. And so am I concerned about any of my beta readers taking my ideas? No. If you want to look at my notebook of ideas, go ahead, because you know what? You ain't going to write the stories I write based on those. And I'm not saying that, I'm going to write it better. I'm just saying that I'd write it different. And so, yeah, it's just simply not a concern. And people who are paranoid about that kind of need to get a reality check on that score. It's just something you shouldn't be worried about. If after you've written something, you find somebody publishing your book under their name, which I have seen before,
yes,
very different. Very
Yes.
different. Direct plagiarism, bad.
All right.
But having similar ideas, whatever.
Since you stepped on that part of it, give me 2 minutes of your, I don't care if you want to do a rant or if you want to do whatever you want to do about people who blatantly plagiarize.
Well, it's just like any other type of theft. I mean, I don't actually feel that much different about people who plagiarize than I do people who download my books without paying for them. Theft is theft. I wouldn't feel that much different than someone who steals honey off of my honey stand. It's my work. I put it out there with a price tag on it. If you want to pay for it, cool. If you don't, then don't take it. People who blatantly plagiarize they're asking for trouble. I mean, I've seen it, and there was a relatively public case recently, and forgive me for not remembering their names, but one author was suing another, and these are both Big Five published, relatively popular authors, because one book was so similar to another book. And it turns out that now even the authors have agreed that despite the similarities, it looks like there was no intentional plagiarism there at all, and the one work didn't influence the other. It was sort of like the Repo Man, Repo the Genetic Opera issue. It's, I bother to rant if it was worth ranting about, I guess. Would I prefer it doesn't happen? Yeah. Is it wrong? Yeah. Do I hammer my students if they plagiarize stuff? Yes, absolutely. Do I wish people would act with integrity? Sure. But when they don't,
Good.
what are you going to do?
Your 2 minutes is up for that. We're going to talk about something really cool.
Very good.
We're going to talk about the importance of dialogue. And, as an author, you have to throw some dialogue in there every once in a while. My interest for what you did with, and I'd like to stay with Black Tide. My interest is when you started writing the dialogue for the very first chapter of this particular book. Did it come easy? Did it flow well? Or did you have to kind of pull and tug what you needed? Did the characters want to speak to you, or did you have to pull it out of them?
Mostly the former, a little bit of the latter. I write extensive character dossiers as part of my outlining process. I really try and get to know my characters very well. With Black Tide being a sequel, I only really had to do that with the new characters. I already had it for the older characters. Dialogue, you want it to be as authentic as possible, right? You want it to sound like people think they talk, rather than how people actually talk, because you and I and anybody else, we ramble and we stutter and we have false starts and run-on sentences, and if you tried to put that in a book the way people actually talk, it would come out as gibberish and you would drive people nuts. So authentic dialogue is a really fun thing to try and write, because you want, like I said, you want it to sound like people think the way they talk as opposed to the way people actually talk. And, TV writers do that too. But, yeah, my characters, I try and have a really good idea of who they are ahead of time, so that when they're talking, I'm going to choose words that reflect who they are. I'm going to choose the words that those people would choose as if they were real people. And that comes pretty easily to me. And I try not to break a whole lot of grammar rules and things. I had an editor on my first couple of books who, when I used gonna, he's like, no, just use going to, because when people read it, they're going to say gonna anyway. It'll say gonna in their heads. instead of going to. And, things like that. And so I learned quite a bit from people who were good at this stuff back when I was starting out. And authentic dialogue, it rolls well if you know characters well. If you don't know your characters well, then typically what happens is that all of your dialogue sounds like you, or sounds like whatever your voice is in writing, and all your characters start to sound the same, and they start to sound uniform, and they speak in the same way, and it gets very redundant and sometimes hard to tell who's talking.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to talk about character development. Now, some characters, they come about, and it's a pretty easy process. Other characters, you have to work at it. You have to basically drag out of them who they are, why they're important. And then sometimes you even have arguments with characters. Talk about that process of character development for you, as far as Black Tide.
Sure. So the main character in Black Tide, Matt Rowley, is fundamentally he sees himself as a good guy. And there's a point in Black Tide where that ceases to be true, at least for the moment. His response to a particular event is extraordinarily violent when it doesn't have to be. He's an ex-cop, he's an ex-Marine, and he's a commando basically on the side of good. He's one of the good guys. He works for the United States, he works for the UN, and so he sees himself as a good guy, he sees himself as a hero, and he does not respond that way. And yet in that scene, he had to respond the way that he did. I'm trying not to give away exactly what that was. One of his family members gets extremely hurt, essentially. And so I knew that's how he would respond in this scene because I know the character very well. I have been a role player my whole life. I grew up playing Dungeons and Dragons and other less well-known games like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and stuff like that. I played all that stuff. As I moved on to upper level in high school and then going into college, that became much, much more about improvisational acting while playing the role than about rolling dice and moving figurines around. We would often, in college, we would have multiple different rooms, different scenarios, and it would be almost entirely dialogue and actual acting as opposed to what you would typically consider for like a Dungeons and Dragons game. And when you're doing that, you're immersing yourself into a character. And so I create characters as if they're characters that I'm going to play. So I want to know their motives. I want to know their background. Now, look, if it's the character who's taking the main character's coat and that's all he does, I don't bother. A bit character will get a very bit treatment. But anyone who's going to have any even pseudo-significant role is typically going to have 2-3 pages of background. I have a list of questions that I answer for each character. Things like, what do you like, what do you love, what do you dislike, what bothers you, what would you kill for, what would you die for, all sorts of things like that. And so I dig into who they are morally, what they are and aren't willing to compromise, and then I answer those questions as if I were that character, knowing that sometimes that can change, that you can have a character who thinks that he'd never kill anybody, who when you put them in a particular situation, they will. Or you have a character who thinks that he would kill to protect his wife, his kid, whatever else, and then you put them in that situation and it turns out they can't. So I recognize that the characters can lie both to me and to myself, but when structuring characters, I make them as real as I can make them. And then when I'm in that outlining process, I already have those characters, and so how they respond is as genuine and as authentic as possible, so that they're not doing things just to serve the plot. They're not going to make decisions that are convenient for me as the author. They're going to make decisions that are authentic for who they are.
What have you learned about yourself since creating this particular series? And I wanna know about it in a way that you would talk to me as an author. What have you learned about the process of writing as an author through this series?
One thing that was challenging, this started off, Jade Sky was a standalone book, and I wrote it as a standalone. I submitted it to my publisher, and as I mentioned, I outline things very thoroughly before I write them. He liked the book so much, he called me up and said, "Hey, let's do a 5-book series." And I said, "Yeah, okay, let's do that." And then I sort of panicked for 3 weeks straight, and because I didn't have anything outlined. I had a self-contained story that I had told the story was over, and then suddenly I went, "Oh God, what do I do?" The first book is a hyper-violent thriller with some serious horror elements rolled into it. I did have to change the ending, actually, in order to turn it into the series. So given that it's a series, you want the next book and the next book and the next book to be of a similar flavor, right?
Yes.
And what I learned pretty quickly is that I can read something like Tom Clancy or someone like John Sanford, where you have like the detective chasing a serial killer type thing, where it's kind of similar and over again, but I can read them and I can enjoy them and they're fun, and I'll pick them up and I'll do it again. The next Prey book that comes out from Sanford, I'm probably going to buy and I'm probably going to read and I'm probably going to like. But I don't think I can write that way. I was having a conversation recently with, was it Tim Wagner? I think it was Tim Wagner, where he was saying something similar. He has a series. It was not Tim Wagner. It was Craig DeLuey, where he has a series of books where they're kind of similar.
Yes.
And each book is kind of similar, and it's what his audience wants. And so he's writing some similar books again and again. And I'm looking at the Matt Rowley books and thinking, I might be able to turn this into a bigger series in terms of its overall popularity and overall audience if I did that, but I don't want to do that. I learned a little something about myself in terms of what I'm willing to do and what I'm not willing to do in order to tell the stories that I want to tell. I'm doing this because it's fun. I'm doing it because I'm having a ball. And I looked at that and said, you know, if a check with enough zeros on it landed in my lap and said, "Hey, write one just like the last one," I might reevaluate. But at this point anyway, with the giant stacks of cash that authors typically make, at this point, I wouldn't do that. And so I have a 5-book story arc that I'm going to tell, and that's a story I'm going to tell, and it means each of the books are going to be a little different. They're not going to have that level of familiarity when you step into it like a John Sanford book would. It's not better or worse. It's just something that I feel that I need to do for me to want to write these, and if I don't want to write them, I'm not gonna.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it, and that's actually quite insightful. All right, so I'm going to go over to my dead door and see if he has any questions for you currently.
Okay.
Thank you.
That is not going to.
1 second. Dead door, your sounds are coming out all crumpled. You need to go to plan B. All right, we're going to move along, and we are going to go to, what am I going to do with you? All right. Do you ever feel like you're creating in a void? Ever?
Creating in a void.
Yes.
Yeah, sort of. Writing is a very solitary profession. You spend a lot of time by yourself, and I'm awfully active on social media. If anyone wants to find me on Facebook, I'm literally the only Patrick Freivald on the planet, so I'm easy to find. But I am, it's solitary. Funny enough, my day job is also kind of solitary. I'm a high school teacher, and so yeah, I'm around kids all day. But in terms of adult interactions, I'm basically doing my own thing. I'm in a very small rural school. I'm the only physics teacher there, and so I don't have colleagues where I'm like, hey, how do you teach this part of waves, and what do you do for resonance? That kind of thing doesn't really happen, and so yeah, it can be pretty isolating. Most of the time, I'm writing when my wife's asleep, the house is quiet, and I'm by myself. It does kind of feel like you're creating in a void. Beta readers help with that. They help. You can bounce ideas off people sometimes and just say, hey, What do you think of this? What do you think of that? Instead of sending a whole story, you might send a snippet. You might send a piece of an outline and say, I'm not positive where I should go with this. What should I do? When I finished Jade Sky, the first draft was only 50 words long. It was too short. And so I was able to approach some other writer friends of mine who I really trust, and one of whom, the first time I ever Skyped or used Google Hangouts or anything was with Doug Wynn, who wrote Red Equinox, which is a great book. And Doug walked through he had read the story, and he walked through it and said, you should add things like this, you should add things like that. And he gave me some very pointed feedback. And so I had written it in a void. And then when I came up short on it, I looked at it and said, oh, goodness, what do I do? And I have some great author friends and colleagues who were willing to help me out and make the book much better than it originally was.
Let's talk a little bit about environment. And not environment as an author writing, but environment as far as Black Tide. What were 3 different elements that you feel were extremely important in being able to develop the environment for Black Tide?
So it's a global book. The main characters travel all over the world, and they don't tend to go places that are fun. You know, your average superhuman commando doesn't spend a lot of time at Hershey Park. So the world is becoming more oppressive. It's becoming darker. The bad guys are starting to win, and so I wanted the environment to become more oppressive. It becomes interesting because the characters have a huge amount of resources at their beck and call, and I established that in the first book. They can get on an attack helicopter or an airplane and go anywhere in the world, and so trying to keep things isolating. Like, this isn't Dawn of the Dead where everybody gets stuck in a mall, right? Zombies can be inherently isolating because people can't really go anywhere. It restricts their ability to travel. I'd already established in the first book, before I knew there was going to be more, that they could go anywhere essentially at the drop of a hat. And so I have to be faithful to the first book when writing the second in terms of that level of the environment. It can be very fluid and it can go from place to place. At the same time, I don't want to exhaust the reader by never ever staying in one spot. So the global environment is one more of mood than place, although I did incorporate my favorite place in the world that I've never visited, which is Centralia, Pennsylvania. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
Well, we're next to the PA border, but I haven't heard of that piece of it yet.
Centralia, Pennsylvania is on fire, and has been for decades.
Oh, that's the one with the underground mines that are
Yes.
burning constant. Yes.
So I used that as a setting towards the end of the book as a piece of metaphor in terms of the overall mood and atmosphere for the book. I mean, it's kind of a hell analogy, right? So
Yes.
it's underground and on fire, belching black smoke. Nobody can live there. Very inhospitable, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of the feel I was going for throughout the book, even though, you know, part of the book takes place at a rooftop in Atlanta, which is not that isolating and scary. It's like, oh no, we're in Georgia, you know, it's not that big of a deal. But that overall mood, I think, was encapsulated towards the very ending scenes that take place in Centralia.
All right, so I'm going to go and I'm going to change up a little bit. You're an author. Surprise!
True.
Authors like to have their works read because, you know, if they put it out into a public spectrum, they'd like to have their books read. One of the ways that authors can attract a reader is to make them feel like they're part of the story, part of the environment, part of the dialogue, part of the situation that you've created. When you have people talk about your work as from the perspective of a reader, what do they say about what compels them to continue reading?
You know, I try and write the sorts of books that I want to read. I want a really good story. So when someone finishes my book, I want them to sit back and go, wow, I can't wait to read the next one. That's what I would love to see. And I've written some very different types of books too. I mean, I've got high school zombie satire that was billed as a young adult book, and most of my fans are 15 and 16-year-old girls. And then I have like Black Tide, for example, it's the only one of my books that the high school library doesn't carry. The librarian was going to buy a copy, and I was like, no, you can't put that in the library. And she's like, well, they read some pretty adult stuff, so I flagged 2 scenes and I gave it to her, and she doesn't read this type of thing at all generally. I said, just read these 2 scenes and then let me know whether or not it would be okay to carry in the library. And if you say, yeah, it'll be fine, I'll probably still say no because I work here. This isn't just a school library, it's my school library. So I gave it to her, and the next day she walked up to me holding the book out, just shaking her head going, yeah, no. And so, so I've written some very different stuff. I mean, I've written something that is in a lot of libraries, and a lot of libraries in the young adult section. I have a mid-grade novel that hasn't been published yet, so that's for 8 to 12-year-old boys, a very, very different thing. For Black Tide, for Jade Sky, these are hard-hitting action thrillers with a lot of violence, a lot of excitement. I want you to be a bit breathless by the time you're done. What I want a reader to get out of that is by the time they're done with it, they're like, holy crap, I didn't know what would happen next for like 400 pages, and I'm exhausted, and I really want to read Jade Gods. That's what I want from someone when they're done with when they're done with Black Tide. Jade Gods, which I've already mentioned, comes out on June 1st, and the cover's amazing, by the way. It's absolutely astounding.
Who did the cover?
Dean Samad. I've never met him. He's Australian, but
yes,
you know him. Awesome.
I know him. Yes, oh my God, he's got some amazing artwork out there, and he's also been on the show before too. So congratulations, that was an amazing.
Did I say his last name right?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that he does some really amazing work, and I'm not just saying this because it's my book. Black Tide is one of the coolest things he's done. It's just an awesome, crazy, psychotic cover, and it really encapsulates the madness feel of the books. So I was very, very excited to hear that Dean was going to be doing it, and then he blew me away with it.
Very cool. All right, now I'm going to pick your brain a little bit. I would like you to tell me a few recommendations that you have as far as creating characters and getting to know the character deeply. You already talked a little bit about how you have a pretty extensive write-up. Talk to me about a little bit more and what you would tell someone who is more than just the beginner in writing, maybe more like an intermediate writer.
Okay, I think it's important to understand that people are shaped by their experiences. You have to know your character's past, and who they are has to make sense for what they've experienced, keeping in mind that humans aren't entirely rational by any stretch of the imagination. But 2 different people can have a very similar experience and come out of it in a very different way. But for any character, you need to know any formative moments in their life that happened, whether they had wonderful parents or terrible parents, if they suffered any tragedy or if they've never suffered any tragedy and their life has just been powerful and yet they're still an obnoxious emo goth who hates everybody. Whatever it happens to be, you need detail for yourself. There's so much stuff that I know about the characters that have never come out, because people aren't going to stop and say, when I was 8 and that accident occurred in front of me, blah, blah, blah. It's not going to come up. But maybe when that accident occurred in front of that person, they were like, look at those organs, that's so cool. Even if that's what happened to them, that's going to affect how they react the next time there's a pile of organs in front of them.
Yes.
So background matters. Background matters a great deal. And consistency matters. Your characters should never, ever, ever be acting in a way that is inconsistent with who they are. And that means that you have to know who they are.
Right. And you also you have to know yourself.
Sure.
Yourself.
I think it's more important to know your characters.
The characters, though, are drawn from a lot of the perspective from the author. And knowing the kinds of things that you have already gone through can be able to help you build your character. Yes or no?
Yes, as long as you're approaching it from a point of view of just because I would act that way, because I would react this way, doesn't mean that they would. I tell people a lot, I'm not passive aggressive, I'm aggressive aggressive. If you want my opinion, you can ask, and if you don't ask, I might give it to you anyway. Passive aggressive games, I don't really have time. I don't care about them, and I tend to blow people off. But you know what? A lot of people aren't like that, and so a lot of people aren't like me in that regard. And so when your characters are responding, you do have to know yourself at least far enough to say, are the characters acting like this because I would act like this in this situation,
Right.
or are they acting this way because they are? So that's what I mean by it's more important to know them than it is to know yourself. But you definitely want to make sure that you're not just simply injecting yourself into your character. It's why most of the time when I start to read a book and the protagonist is a writer, you know, most of the time I'm like, oh no. And sometimes it's a pleasant surprise. Sometimes it works out fine. Sometimes the writer gets hobbled with a sledgehammer by Annie, you know. It happens. But the importance there is that, yeah, you have to know yourself well enough to make sure that they're responding the way they would rather than responding the way you would.
All right. So we're up at the 8:54 Eastern Standard Time. And what I want to ask you right now is, what is one question that I have not asked you that you would have wished I did, and what would that question be?
Oh, I hate that question. I get it all the time, and I never know what to say. I guess what else are you working on would be a good one, because I have a couple other things. I have a book out with my agent right now, which is about a guy who's being sexually stalked by a demon. It is the least school-appropriate thing I've ever written. Not only is it not appropriate for the school library, it's probably not appropriate for most adults. It's one of those books where, you know, when my mom reads it, I'm going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe I wrote that. My mom's going to read it. You know, I've got, and then again, I have a little mid-grade book for 8 to 12-year-olds that I'm really hoping sells soon because I'm really excited about it. I'm hoping it turns into a big long series like the Hardy Boys or Nancy Drew or something like that, that it could go on for a long time. Those projects excite me. You know, it's an exciting thing. It's an interesting thing, and I want to do more of those kinds of things. And you know, I do this because it's fun, and I'm having a great time. So
That's awesome. Thank you very much for that. All right, now I'm going to ask you some short questions, and what I'd like you to do is just give me the first thing that pops in your mind. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. What's your favorite word?
Kummerspeck.
What's your least?
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say it means the weight gained by from eating because of depression, and the direct translation is grief bacon.
Interesting. All right. What's your least favorite word?
I don't think I have one. I love words, and maybe was in fiction. And I say too much was.
What turns you on creatively?
I don't think anything turns me off creatively. My brain is always doing 8 million things a second, so distraction.
Okay. But that was what turns you on creatively.
Yeah, but that's my point, is that not sleeping. The moment I'm awake, I'm like, ooh, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this other thing. And so I don't think that I don't think I turn off creatively that much. I don't like to be bored, and so I don't know that I need to be turned on creatively. I just go.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. All right. What sound or noise do you love?
My parrot saying, I taste like chicken.
What sound or noise do you hate?
Oh, goodness. Far too many. Whining is probably the worst one. It's just people going about whatever.
What profession other than the one that you do now currently would you like to attempt?
Well, I'm an author, a physics and robotics teacher, a beekeeper. I've worked retail for years. What else do I want to do? It would be really cool to like work for NASA or SpaceX or something like that. That would be pretty sweet.
What profession would you never want to touch with a 10-foot pole?
There are a lot of those. Nursing, elementary school teacher, anything that involves copious amounts of bodily fluids. Yeah, not for me.
And my last question, if heaven exists, what would you like them to say when you were met at the pearly gates?
Wrong door, dude.
That I love that. That's great. All right, so we are now at 8:58 Eastern Standard Time, and what I would like you to do now is any other social media you got, whatever you have.
Sure. So my website is patrick.freivald.com. That's FREIVALD.com. On Facebook, I'm Patrick Freivald. I am the only Patrick Freivald on the planet. And Twitter, just to get original, I am at Patrick Freivald. So I'm pretty easy to find. I'm out there, and I'm happy to connect, so I'd love it if anybody did. I also am one of the Slush Pile Heroes. If you go to slushpileheroes.com, there's a group of us who we're a bunch of authors who are hopefully someday going to all make it big and roll around in giant piles of money. And Slush Pile Heroes, meantime, is a fun place where we post up articles and interviews and things like that. We've got an interview with Joe Hill and an interview with Paul Tremblay and various other people. So Slush Pile Heroes, and then anything that says Patrick Freivald. If you Google my name, you'll find me.
Thank you very much. And do you want to give a shout out to anybody before we go to our next hour?
Oh, goodness. How about just a general shout out to the Horror Writers Association? It's one of the most awesome groups of giving, wonderful, nice people I've ever met in my whole life. They are, they're such a great pay-it-forward organization, and I was sort of forced to join them by my publisher. He's like, no, you really need to do this, and I'm so glad he did that. It's been amazing, and I'm very, very happy to be a part of that group and everyone who works there so hard to make it the great organization that it is.
Thank you very much, Patrick Freivald, for being on Zombiepalooza Radio and discussing your nomination for a Bram Stoker Award with Black Tide. And, you know, hey, if you enjoyed doing this interview, please tell others and leave us a review on Zombiepalooza Radio Live. That's our official Facebook page.
Awesome. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. You have a good rest of the evening.
Thanks, you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Okay, so next hour, or this coming hour, we're going to be bringing on Brian Kirk. And, Dead Door, I need you to check your sounds for me so that we can see if they're coming in clear, please. Oh, double D. Hey, Dead Door, let's check your sounds. I think maybe DD stepped away or something because I don't hear anything from him. I'm going to go up. There he goes. So sounds are kind of having a little bit of an issue over there. I'm going to go and grab Brian Kirk. Go ahead and push that link. I'm going to bring on Brian Kirk. Brian Kirk was nominated for a Stoker Award in the area of superior achievement in a first novel, and his book We Are Monsters, which was published by Samhain Publishing. Please tell me that everything is working the way it's supposed to.
I put my morph on it. Hopefully this is working better.
Yeah, we're all good. All right. Cool. All right. There we go. Welcome, welcome to Zombiepalooza Radio. Let's see, I'm going to bring you up on the big screen. There you are, Brian Kirk. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I don't know. I guess I'm doing all right. You know, we're hanging out here on Zombiepalooza Radio. I have with me right now Dead Door William, who is first chair co-host. Go ahead and say hi, Dead Door.
Good evening, Brian, and welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are monsters, I believe. I hope that's the right title. Let me get back over to where I was.
Speak for yourself. I'm not a monster.
No, you got it right. You got the right guest.
All right, wonderful, wonderful. We are monsters. What did it feel like to be able to be in the nomination group for Superior Achievement in the first novel for Bram Stoker?
It felt like an honor. It was not something I expected. When I wrote the book, this is what, I mean, obviously it's nominated for first novel, but this is literally my first novel. So this wasn't like my third attempt at a novel, with the first two being stuffed in a trunk somewhere, which is exactly what I expected to happen. I never thought this novel would see the light of day. When I started writing it, my only goal was to learn how to write a book. That was it. If I made it to the end, then I succeeded. Figured I'd put it away and start on the second one. Maybe that one would be a little bit better. Maybe by the third one, I'd be able to. It would be in a position to bring to a publisher. But as I kept going through rewrites and rewrites and rewrites, I felt like it was coming together, and I felt good about it. So not only was I able to get it published through the editor who I was really going after, which was Don DiAria, the old editor for the Leisure line, which I was a huge fan of, and then with me over at Samhain. But then it started getting a lot of attention. It got blurbs from authors who I idolize and would never have dreamed would have blurbed it, like Brian Keene and Mercedes Yardley and John F.D. Taft and a bunch of my favorite authors. And then it was just kind of a charmed book. It just kind of kept picking up steam. So I can't say by the time that the Stoker nominations came around, I was astonished at that point, just because it had gotten such attention. But when I wrote it, I certainly never expected it to come this far.
You have short fiction that has been published in many popular magazines and anthologies, including the upcoming anthology Gutted, Beautiful Horror Stories, where you will appear alongside New York Times bestselling authors like Clive Barker and Neil
Gaiman.
Gaiman. All right. Okay. So, wow.
Yeah. This thing. So this thing's put together by two amazing, Doug Morano, who has coming along he's an author himself, but has put together some incredible books. And D. Alexander Ward are kind of editorial partners on this. And the lineup for this book, Gutted, Beautiful Horror Stories, it comes out June 24th. It's ridiculous. I have no idea how I got in it. It's Clive Barker, Neil Gaiman, Ramsey Campbell, Josh Mailerman, Paul Tremblay, Mercedes Yardley. I mean, it's chocked full of talent, and I somehow squeaked in. And then they put me in the lead story, so I have a tall order there. So we'll see.
All right, so we're going to get to it. How do you go about processing characters? And I know that this is your first large work. So what I want to ask you is, what was that experience like for you to have characters that had such complicity to them? Or I don't want to say complicity, but there were a few that were kind of like,
maybe complexity.
That's what I want. Thank you.
Hopefully I'm just putting words in your mouth, because that's what I wanted to hear.
Complexity. Yes, that's where I was going. Sorry.
So, yeah, that's a good question. So I didn't really find my voice or learn how to write character until I wrote this book. I started out writing short stories, and I wrote short stories for about 5 years, and it was twofold. One, I figured it was to kind of hone my craft. I figured I wouldn't be very good at the beginning. It's something you have to learn. So I figured that was a good way to learn how to start something and finish something, put it aside, start something, finish something, put it aside. I also felt like it was the fastest path to validation, which I wanted to do this professionally, so I felt that it was important to show to my family, like, hey, I can do this, you know what I mean? And I could do that. short stories allowed me to get there quicker than a novel may have. But my short stories were really reliant on plot and just kind of writing. I couldn't figure out how to really flesh out characters in short stories. And my characters were always really lacking, and I figured that was a real weak spot for me. Until I wrote the book, which gave me so much more ground, you know what I mean, just gave me so much more room to really explore character. And I figured out how to, I mean, it's not like I figured it out, but I improved in that area. And that's one of the things that people who enjoy this book comment on, that it has a cast of characters that feel fully developed and feel very lifelike.
We Are Monsters has also been optioned for a film development by Jason Schumann, the executive producer for movies such as The Messengers, starring Dylan McDermott and Kristen Stewart, Role Models, starring Paul Rudd, and Lone Survivor, starring Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah, that was. I mean, again, it's one of those things where it's just, I don't know, you know, none of this was expected. That was hustle. I'll just go out and throw that out there. That was pure hustle. I was fortunate enough. I went to school out on the West Coast. I live in the Southeast. I went to school out the West Coast for 2 years. I have friends and family that live out on the West Coast. Some of them, you know, have ties to the entertainment industry. Someone was at a party. They were with a talent agent, and it was like the week of my book release. So it was just top of mind. There's something they were talking about, like, I got a friend that's book coming out. She was like, oh, tell me about it. He described it. She goes, I love, you know, that type of fiction. I'd love to read it. She did, liked it, and ended up sending it to her, you know, producer, and was like, a friend of hers who's a producer, and said that she would try and schedule a phone call for me. And they get these all the time. You know what I mean? He was not expecting to take this on. This was not, you know what I mean? He was doing at best a favor. So I just kind of got in there, and I just didn't let it go. You know, I mean, we ended up clicking, and we ended up hitting it off, and things went well, but that took work, you know.
Absolutely. All right, speaking of taking work, we're going to talk about the work that you had to do to be able to develop the environment for this particular piece. So,
Sure.
New experience, all of that, and for it to have such a dramatic highlight as being nominated for Bram Stoker, what was the process for you in developing this particular aspect of this work?
You mean like the asylum setting and the mental health kind of themes and so forth? Research. I spent about 3 months. You know, so I read multiple books. I read a book called Mad in America, which is honestly more horrifying. It's nonfiction. It's way more horrifying than my fictional book. And it just recounts the history of psychiatric treatment from, you know, I mean, it's unbelievable the things we've done in the name of health. You know, it's so. And then I read a few books written from the point of view of people who suffer major mental illnesses such as schizophrenia and bipolar disorders. Then I was able to schedule a meeting with the director of the Mental Health Institute at Emory. Emory is a local college here. Mm-hmm. And while I couldn't get access, actually, it's kind of a funny story. I'm not allowed access in. She was very clear about that. She was like, you cannot, it's legally you cannot enter the institution, but I will meet with you, and if you bring a camera, I will go inside and take pictures from you. But I arrived early. I had to meet her at 6 a.m. and I got there early, and I buzzed for her, and they accidentally let me in. So I didn't know any better. I thought maybe I was getting let to her office, but I went in, and you know what I mean? I got to see, in fact, when Alex Drexler, who's one of the protagonists for this book, first walks into Sugar Hill, which is the mental asylum in the book, that scene is basically me walking into the institution that I walked into, because that's basically what I saw.
Wow.
So, and she gave me a lot of input, you know, just in terms, I had to know what I did. I didn't know anything about the industry or what goes on in these things. And right. She helped me fill in the blanks. I wanted to know what I didn't know. And as far as I could feel that I wasn't ignorant, I knew that I could make up what I needed to make up. As long as I knew I wasn't doing things that people would read and say, this is, I mean, there are some things in the book that people can say, this is ridiculous. But in terms of the day-to-day inside of Asylum, I think I have it pretty sound.
All right, we're going to move over to the topic of dialogue. For you, is it important to have dialogue that is, what do I want to say, self-contained, or is it something that you want to have that's extremely expressive and you want to add different kinds of elements to it and be very visual with your dialogue?
Visual is an interesting word. To be honest, dialogue for me is it's just instinctual. Writing for me is very instinctual. I don't think I sit down kind of in a textbook way and say I need these elements to do these things for me.
Okay.
What I really do is I try and fall asleep. So I just try and start daydreaming, and then I just write what I see. Really, you know what I mean? I just write whatever I see. So whatever dialogue I write is only because that's what I'm hearing and that's what I'm seeing, you know? And when it comes down, I mean, and a lot of that happens in rewrite. I'll go back through, and so much of my work happens in the second and third and fourth passes. And really, with me, dialogue, you want it to help inform character motivation. So I guess that's, but I also just want it to be entertaining, you know? I want, when people talk, for the most part, they're either it's to inform something or it's to try and entertain in some way. And really, I just try and mimic that through the stories I write.
What was going through your mind when you first started getting this idea for We Are Monsters? And I would like really to see if we can get you to where you conceived this particular idea. What was going on in your life at that particular point? And how did you come about the conception of We Are Monsters?
It's kind of a confluence of a number of things and just time. The ideas that I end up writing typically are ones that I've been stewing on for a while. It's rare that an idea will come into my head and I'll write it exactly as it is. Usually I'll say there's something to that idea, but whatever it first presents itself as isn't it, and I know I just got to let it simmer. Then it will evolve in various ways until it finally, like a bell will start ringing, and I'm like, okay, I got the idea. With this, I've always been fascinated with various states of consciousness. I've always been fascinated with mental illnesses, and I think a lot of creative people experience various states of mental illness, myself included. So it's personal to me, and it's frightening to me. I don't know if so. Through my life, I have kind of a baseline anxiety issues. I've had depression. I've had moments of panic attacks. I've done a lot of dangerous things. A lot of stupid things, but I've never been as scared as just laying in bed panicking for no reason. It's the most when your brain turns against you and it becomes your enemy, and you realize you don't have control over that organ, like it's its own monster. That's frightening. And so that all kind of came together to help inform the story. Plus, I learned about an interesting drug that informed the medicine. I don't know if you've ever heard of dimethyltryptamine, or otherwise known as DMT.
Okay.
I was fascinated by the effects of that particular psychedelic medicine, and it was the common and an emerging trend, or it's not even emerging, it's kind of a re-emerging trend.
Yes.
In psychiatry and psychotherapy, where they're starting to utilize psychedelic medicines. These things cure what we call mental illnesses in many cases. So between wanting to, call attention to that, and just the extraordinary effects of this particular compound, I found all those elements fascinating. I figured if I could put them all in a story, I might have some.
In your world for We Are Monsters, there, I would imagine, is a fine line between what is powerful in the real sense and what is powerful in the sense of mental illness. Talk to me about the placement of power as far as control within your work, We Are Monsters?
How do you mean? I'm not sure I'm following the question.
All right. So power, power equaling control. Control of what we do, what we say, how we react, the different kinds of things that we find when we are not necessarily in control, like say if we were in a state of depression or in a state of anxiety. I'm interested in how you reflected this within the book We Are Monsters. Who gets the control? Is it real control, or is it just something that is something in their mind that lies there and makes them feel like they're in control?
Right. No, I understand. Yeah, okay. I would argue that the vast majority, at least of the people I know, the people I've met, in Western society in particular, we like to think we're in control, but we're really completely out of control. What I mean by that is we don't have control over our minds. Our minds are always chattering, and they're always saying things. And most of those things aren't true. They'll say, they'll tell us things. They'll tell us self-defeating things, or they'll tell us fearful things, or they'll tell us, that we're supposed to act a certain way that seems incongruous with who we are, inside, and all these, you know what I mean? And I think that oftentimes we lash out, or we assume some sort of a false identity in an attempt to try and take control. But it rarely have I met someone that is truly in control. You know what I mean? That is a master of themselves and is comfortable with themselves and is not, just putting on a facade to show that they're not completely freaking out. So
I found that people that I run into on a daily, or maybe not on a daily, but on occasion, that say that they're 100% in control of everything that they do, and that nothing bothers them, and that they can handle anything that comes to them, are really so close to the edge of tipping over that you don't want to be around them.
Totally, yeah. Yeah, the control freaks, and I don't mean that in a derogatory, but the control freaks, dude, yeah. One thing goes wrong, and see, they'll blow their lid, man. It's out of control.
Right. Exactly.
So in my story, the interesting thing, or one of the ideas I played with was that the people that you would expect to be in control were the ones that were least in control. So the doctors, the staff members, those were the people that were actually most rattled throughout the span of the story, that had the most inner traumas that they had to confront and overcome.
Right.
And it was the patients who kind of went with the flow. And that's, it's interesting because, we cast these judgments on what is normal conscious, what is a normal state of consciousness and what is an abnormal state of consciousness. Some may argue that our society is set up for an abnormal state of consciousness. You know what I mean? Some would argue that we have to be a little bit crazy when you think about the way that we, and I don't want to, actually, because I don't want to go too off in the deep end there. But yeah, I mean, if you look at things objectively, we poison ourselves with all sorts of food that's terrible for us. You know what I mean? We poison our habitat. You know what I mean? No other species poisons their own habitat. We act like psychopaths. In our society, the people that act like the biggest psychopaths actually seem to be rewarded the greatest. And the people that kind of keep to themselves, or maybe a little bit are considered eccentric or weird or off, are more authentic oftentimes, yet cast as misfits or outcasts. So that I explored that issue a lot in this book.
That's why I asked the question the way that I did, because I want people to see that this is not just something that's thrown together. This is actually well thought through, and there is a purpose to it, and perhaps after you're done reading it, you may actually learn something about yourself.
Well, thank you. I've heard that from people, so I appreciate it.
I was trying to get there.
Yeah, no, you did. Well, we got there.
Thank you. All right, so I want to ask you, within any, if either your short works or this particular piece that you were nominated for, was there a character at all that you really had a conflict or a disconnect with when you portrayed them because of either philosophical differences or moral differences?
I can't say that. I think I'm able to empathize with a lot of different point of views in types of people, and I this sounds, I love all types of people. You know what I mean? The people that I would consider the biggest jerks in the world, I work hard to have compassion for all sorts of people and personality types. So I'm able to, I think, portray any type of person. I mean, I haven't, but I don't think I have a moral dilemma attempting to portray any type of person, as long as I try and do so with respect. You know what I mean? So,
Yes.
And without trying to be pedantic or trying to use them in a way that's trying to convey a message other than these are real people. You know what I mean? The world is filled with these type of people. These are the type of people I see in the world. So these are the type of people that should be reflected in my work. That's the only way I approach it. Yeah, I mean, there are some situations like some of these characters go through in this book that were challenging to write, and I question whether or not I should go there or not. But there wasn't a character type that challenged me.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. What about your perspective? Now we're talking about you, the person, has changed or developed since you have been nominated for We Are Monsters. Has anything about you changed perspectively? Or, I don't know.
No, I look at it two ways. I think that by no means do I want to denigrate awards. I think awards serve let me explain the purpose I think awards serve. First of all, but I do have, there are issues with awards though, especially when it comes to fields of art. So art is inherently subjective. So whenever we try and objectify art, whenever we try and objectify a subjective thing with an award, it gets squirrely, because no matter what, it's going to be based on people's subjective opinions. Now, we can say some people have inherently better taste than others. That's a little bit elitist, you know what I mean? So I don't know if I'd want to go there or not. And regardless of how things shake out, there are going to be people who most likely deserve this every bit as much as I did that didn't get it, and then that can lead to cynicism or people getting their feelings hurt, or you know what I mean? It can get messy. Another thing is awards can work to boost an ego, and I don't find ego useful at all in my creative work. In fact, it's the enemy. Whenever I try and whenever my ego attempts to impose itself into my work, the work sucks. So what I work to do is try and silence the ego, so that whatever wants to kind of comes through from my subconscious or through wherever it comes through. But it's not from the ego that's trying to be impressive. It's from whatever place that's trying to be expressive. And that's usually when it's better. So there is this little element when you get nominated, you can feel a little puffed up. And I don't like that. I don't want that. So if anything, I want to just kind of put it behind me so that I don't have a loud ego. What I think that awards are useful though for is hopefully bringing attention to not only a genre, and our genre needs help, as much help as we can get bringing new readers in,
right?
But to books in general. Whenever there's a celebration for something, there's publicity around it, and people pay more attention than there's a momentary window of opportunity to capture new people. So maybe someone comes to me and they say, I want to check out his work. So this is my window of opportunity to then show them other people. You know what I mean? The people that weren't nominated. You know what I mean? To try and spread the wealth a little bit, and then hopefully those people do the same thing. And that's, I think, where I think awards can hopefully be pebbles dropped in water with ripples that spread out, and everyone gets a little love from it.
That's awesome. I don't even have anything to say after that. That's awesome. How do you go about beginning the creative process when you're sitting down to work on? I don't care what it is. If it's something for media, or if it's something for writing a short story, or if in fact it is something for a longer work like a novel.
What is my process, you mean, or what is the beginning?
Yes. What do you do to be able to get into the zone so that you can start the process?
Yeah. Well, a couple of things. One, so at the beginning of a project, I have to be smitten with the idea. You know what I mean? It has to be an idea that just, if I don't work on, it's not going to leave me alone. So that's when I know I have an idea. That's when I start a project. In terms of once I'm involved in a project, it's interesting. My creative side is very abstract. Once I'm working, I'm very abstract, and but my process is very regimented. So I work. I have a very regimented schedule. So my days are very much the same. And my best work again comes from this kind of like waking dream state. So my process is very much like it is when I try and go to bed. In that I try and go to bed around the same time every night. You know what I mean? My room. I have a bedroom. You know what I mean? Like, I have a kind of a ritual around going to bed, like everyone does. You know what I mean? That readies me for sleep. And it's the same thing when I go to work. I try and do it in the same time of day, type of place, the same headspace, so that my rational mind will go to sleep, and my creative subconscious mind will start to dream.
Very good. Thank you for that. Media is very important to you, as you have a list of different places. You've worked at very large corporations over the last 15 years. Problems start for authors when it comes to not creating the work, not getting it finished so that it's in hand, but that after step of telling people about it. And if they don't have a ton of money or a big, huge company pushing their work, it becomes, for many, an obstacle. For you, let me pick your brain. Give me about 2-3 minutes of what you would recommend for people in that kind of a situation to be able to market themselves. Maybe talk a little bit about branding or something that you feel is very important.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's something that I'm trying to feel my way through as well. I don't think there isn't a silver bullet for it. You know what I mean? It's just what's worked the things that have worked for me. One is just making myself available. So just kind of getting out, going to conventions, trying to meet other authors online, recommending other people's work, and then really focusing on what interests you individually and trying to express that in an authentic way. So with this book, I wrote this book because there were elements of completely fascinate me. You know what I mean? There are things that I would research just for fun. You know what I mean? Or just for intellectual curiosity. So there was so much content around that field of study that I was able to put. I mean, I wrote about 20,000 words of blog content and interviews. You know what I mean? Just based on topics surrounding mental health and asylums and so forth. And it came from a place of real enthusiasm and passion and curiosity and interest. And I figured if I have these passions and curiosities and interests, other people probably do too. And if I can present it in a way that's entertaining and informative, that may draw them in, that they may seek me out. And that seems to have worked to some degree. But you just got to be out there. You know what I mean? I'm shy. I don't like to be on social media a lot. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel completely natural to me, but you just kind of have to. If you're not there, no one's going to know about you,
I have a question for you. Surprise!
Yeah.
if one of your characters came out of your book and stood before you and said, "Why did you do that to me?" what would you do first? And then what would you do next?
I'd hug them. I'd give them a big hug. Tell them I'm sorry. But I'd tell them that, so I don't think that anyone can find true fulfillment or joy in life without experiencing some sort of challenge. That in my experience, the people who have experienced the most challenges and greatest hardships tend to be the most remarkable people. So I think these characters would be boring if nothing difficult happened to them, if they didn't have to overcome anything challenging or horrific. And what I hope is that through these ordeals that they are ultimately better people. And I would hope that maybe that we would be able to talk about that, and they would understand that and appreciate it.
Thank you very much for that. What was the most interesting aspect of creating We Are Monsters for you, outside of actually the writing process? Might be something that you learned, or someone that you met. What was the most interesting?
Well, interesting. Maybe I had a really hard time writing the book. So I've been writing since I learned how to read. I mean, there was nothing that has ignited me more than stories from the jump. I mean, I remember when I learned how to read, a light went off, and I remember my little lesson book. I was like, "Hey, can I take this home? I gotta show my parents. I gotta show my parents. I know how to read now. I know how to read." I was so excited. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget the first story I told. I'll never, I always kind of had a little knack for it that was evident through each grade. I'm in 5th grade. I had a teacher that published one of my poems from a homework assignment. You know what I mean? So there would always had always been my thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I just figured I was grooming myself and building myself up to write a novel, and it was just going to be a seamless transition from the short story work to the novel, and it just didn't go that way. I came up to the novel, and then I was at the base camp of Mount Everest. That's what it felt like, and it just felt insurmountable. I felt like I had been fooling myself, and then that I had come up against something I couldn't. I'd been up that I just wasn't going to be able to do it. And I had kind of breakdowns. I had a really difficult time. I spiraled into a really bad, dark, depressive place. Probably the most depressive place of my entire life while writing this book. And then I finally realized, I was like, well, I'm not going to quit writing, so I guess I'm going to write a bad book, and that's going to be okay. I won't be the first person to have written a bad book, but I'm not going to quit, so let's just keep going and let's see what happens. And I kind of had a breakthrough and I kind of got past all that, and kind of the storm clouds cleared and everything went away. But it was intense, and I didn't see it coming. It caught me off guard. It was a cool experience, though.
I think it'll make me cry.
Yes.
That's a beautiful thing. That really is a beautiful thing. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about the importance of having a symbiosis between the reader and the experience in which you created for them. Mm. When you started to write this book and you started getting more into the development and the characters, did you have the reader in mind as you were going through the process, or was this something that you didn't quite consider?
No, I didn't. Not necessarily. I mean, I wrote it completely for myself, and I don't mean I was the only one. I expected myself to be the only one that read it, although I thought that may be the case. It's just I'm a huge reader. I read I'm a broad reader. I like to think. I mean, I know what is. I'm a tasteful reader. You know what I mean? I'm a discerning reader, I guess. So I figured if it could pass, I just wanted to meet my own expectations. That's it. You know what I mean? So I wanted to entertain the reader and me, and I figured if I could pull that off, then other people would enjoy it as well.
That's awesome. I love that. All right, so I'm going to go over to Dead Door, and I'm going to see if he has any questions for you right now. Go ahead, DD.
Where to start?
I know, right?
At the beginning.
At the beginning. Why this genre? Why did you pick this genre to write?
I didn't, man. So my first story that I told was in kindergarten, and it just happened to be a horror story. I mean, it's been...
Oh, so the genre picked you.
It picked me. You know, I'll tell it just as briefly as I can. So I'll never forget. We were in kindergarten. We were in class. We were sitting around in a circle. We were going to tell us, we were going to pass a story along. So basically, the teacher would start the story, then tag the person we were in a circle, tag the person next to them. That person would pick up the story, and then the teacher would say next, and then on and on and on it'd go, and we were going to kind of collaborate to create the story. And the story was us on a field trip going to the zoo in a bus, and right away I knew I wanted to have disaster happen. And I was like, in the mid, I was like halfway around the circle. I'm like, someone's clearly. It was so obvious to me what needed to happen. I was like, man, someone's going to get there first. Someone's going to get there first. Like, I couldn't wait for the story to come around. And nothing happened until, we were singing songs, we were waving at cows, we were doing, there was just no action. The story comes to me, and I was like, oh, thank God no one took this. The second I get it, the tires blow out of the school bus. We go careening across the highway, crash into the guardrail. A hitchhiker kind of guy busts through the doors. He has like a trench coat, pulls out a shotgun, and he puts it up against the bus driver's head. And right away, the teacher's like, next, next. But the whole class is like freaking out. Everyone's loving it. Who knows? It's really weird. I like to consider myself. I feel like I'm an optimistic person. I feel like I'm fairly happy. You know what I mean? Even though I have depressive states. And I find that most horror authors are. You know what I mean? It's a strange thing. I think we're called to the genre. I don't think we decide to. We would be morons to pick the genre. You know what I mean? Why would we pick the genre? There's no money in it. There's hardly anyone. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it doesn't make sense to it's not a rational decision. So does that make sense?
Yes, and I love that. I love that.
Perfect sense.
Oh yeah. I got a house full of kids, and I have two in particular that would just be like, yeah, that's awesome.
Oh, well, my kid, yeah. So my kid, I didn't even know this. Like, my kid's wrapping up kindergarten, so he's me however long ago, and they're showing us all his journal work. I didn't even know he was working on a journal. I had no idea. The whole thing, all year long, it's been a story. It's Zombie. His character is Zombie, and Zombie does all these things. And I don't even like. I'm not even. It's like I've never read a zombie story to him or anything. So it's like I don't know where he's getting it.
All right, DD, go again.
Oh, how do I follow that? I got one personal one. What scares you?
A couple of things. And they're kind of esoteric. So again, what scares me, I like to think that I have this personality in this, and I don't mean like a great personality or just we all have these. We all have a personality, and we all feel like we're these individuals. And we all like to think that maybe there's purpose to life, and maybe there's an afterlife, and maybe what we do here has importance. What scares me is to think that none of that's true. What scares me is to think that one day my personality will be completely dissolved, or that I'll learn that all of this is just a complete random mistake of a chaotic universe that cares nothing about me, that there is nothing more to this, that this is just a waste of time, that the people I love will change in such ways that I would no longer be able to carry forward a relationship with them. So identity issues. I get tripped up on identity issues, I think.
Thank you very much. I don't think you're alone in there. How do you think
Oh,
your
no.
genre?
Oh, no.
No,
Hmm?
do you want to go again? Dee
No,
Dee,
go
you want
ahead.
to go again?
I just had to make that comment.
Well, I didn't hear. I missed the comment.
She was saying something about people suffering from multi-identities.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no doubt.
All right, we're going to go back into the genre, and I'm wondering how do you see the genre evolving, the genre of horror and psychological horror in particular?
Well, in a number of ways. I see it becoming more inclusive and more diverse, which I think are wonderful things.
Yes.
It's making a much more. It's a very for what's people from the outside completely misrepresent what horror is. There's so much love in horror, it's ridiculous. That's why we write horror. We write horror because we love so much. It's like we have to counterweight that with like all this ugliness, kind of, or it's like we have to forge our sensitive hearts against the most extreme, depraved things we can think of. I know horror authors love people, and they're seem to be very forward thinking in terms of accepting people of all races, of all genders, of all gender identities, and not only accepting that, but trying to purposefully create a platform for these people. You know what I mean? Purposefully making sure that they have a voice, that we clear a way for them to step forward and contribute their voice. And I've seen that, I think, evolving and emerging within the last few years, and that's incredibly encouraging. Go ahead.
I'm interested in your blog. You have a blog. What is the name of it?
I don't know. A Journey of the Imagination.
Very apropos. All right. So we're talking about a journey of imagination. I'm also interested in the aspects of this book, We Are Monsters, and the fact that it touches on some very critical, clinical, psychological ideas that are based in reality very firmly. I'm interested in finding out if maybe perhaps you would become a spokesperson and or using this book in a way to be able to touch people whom may not have a realistic sense of what it's like, and for someone to go through something like this. Is there anything like that in the works? I know that with this book being turned into a film, do you think that we'll get more people talking? Is there anything that we can hashtag to be able to help this process along?
That's a nice thought. There has been actually the book itself. So the people who read the book certainly have. It either affirms things that they already feel, or it introduces them to new ways of thinking and ideas that that provokes thought. But it was more through like my blog tour for this when I really started addressing some of the real issues pertaining to mental illness and just revealing my own struggles with mental illness. You know what I mean? And I think there's obviously there's a stigma attached to mental illness in terms of I think it's considered, a lot of people consider it a weakness, which is ridiculous, or people are just reluctant to talk about it. And then there's like degrees. It's like, what, you're anxious? Come on, everyone's anxious. You know what I mean? It's
right.
We're talking about schizophrenia. We're talking about bipolar. It's like, man, you haven't experienced. You know what I mean? Like, no, let's not denigrate or belittle any forms of mental illness. You know what I mean? Like, right. I know pretty macho men that they get a head cold and they're freaking. You know what I mean? They're going to be whining a little bit. You know what I mean? So, so I've been speaking very honestly and openly about the issues I faced, and I was actually quite surprised by the number of private comments I got from people saying, "Thank you so much for doing this." You know what I mean? Like, I'm not ready to come out yet, but I'm there with you, and I'm like, wow. You know what I mean? It's like we're in the closet. You know what I mean? It's
yes. Yes. There's always been a stigma about mental illness, but if people really took a look around, they would find out that there are at least 6 out of 10 people that have at some point in their life had a bout of depression that was mind-altering, life-altering.
Sure.
And there are many different, well, I would say degrees, not trying to limit anything, but there are many different levels of
well, just debilitation. Some will debilitate more than others.
yes, and some people are quite functional through the whole process, and other people have a knowledge that they need to be able to go and seek treatment. Still, we find that there is a stigma about people who are trying to seek treatment and know that there's some sort of chemical imbalance or whatever it causes it,
Sure.
and they're trying to make their situation better. But they still have to keep quiet about it within certain circles, because if someone finds out that they're being treated or assessed for something like that, their world may shatter, and it's not just a false fear, but something that is very much real.
Absolutely real. I guarantee you, if in a lot of workplaces, if you go to the human resources person and say, hey, I'm bipolar, or what I mean, I need to get on medication, and then they look up the medication you're trying to get on, and they look at some of the symptoms, you're gonna have something in your file. You know what I mean? It's just not right. It's like everyone gets sick. You know what I mean? And the brain is the largest organ in the body. You know what I mean? Aside the skin, I guess. But it's like, why do we think that doesn't get sick? Every part of us gets sick. You know what I mean? We have heart disease, we have liver disease, we have all these things. But we break. But no one says, oh man, did you hear? He's got liver. It's like, it's just go get treatment for it. Go get your cholesterol pills, whatever. It's no big deal. You couldn't, they'll keep eating steaks even though their arteries are clogged. Pop some pills and everything's cool. But yeah, your brain starts to get sick, and all of a sudden it's this taboo thing. It's really strange. It's because we're afraid of it, so we kind of don't want to see it.
Do you ever think that we're going to evolve to a certain level where it's going to be just like, hey, go do what you got to do, come back when you get...
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's happening. Yes, good. Absolutely.
All right. Let's see. Are you going to be attending any conferences? Do you go to conferences to be able to assist yourself in learning better ways to produce in your genre?
Absolutely. Well, the only conference I've been to up till now is World Horror Convention, which then became StokerCon this year.
Yes.
I sold We Are Monsters 2 years ago at the first convention I went to. I went not only to meet people and kind of get involved, but specifically to meet Don DiAria and pitch him We Are Monsters. Because as part of these conventions, you can schedule time with an agent or an editor. You get 10 minutes or whatever it is to sit down across the table and pitch your idea. I went across country from Atlanta to Portland for 10 minutes with Don DiAria, and it resulted in this conversation.
I want to know. Yes, I want to know. Boy, I could pick your mind about this particular thing. I did a lot of articles on pitching last year, and they're just on my regular main Facebook wall. There are 3 different forms of pitching, and one of them is an elevator pitch, where you've got literally 20-30 seconds between floors to be able to pitch your work. I know you're pretty good at doing this kind of thing, so I'm going to give you 35 seconds to pitch We Are Monsters. Show them how to do it.
You're putting me on the hot seat. Now I'm going to completely crumble. I'm way more conversational than I am like trying to formulate something that's structured or like
Oh, but
no, I'm not good. You got me on the hot. You got me on the. You backed me up.
All right. I want.
You can do it.
Yeah. So for We Are Monsters, I basically say the overall premise for We Are Monsters is it involves a brilliant psychiatrist who's attempting to develop an experimental medicine that cures schizophrenia that ends up having certain side effects. that cause people's prior traumas and inner demons to manifest from their subconscious into the material world, where they have to confront them head on.
Boom. That's how you do it. And I knew you could do that. So don't ask me how I knew that, but I did know you could do it. All right. I need you to be able to give me, in 5 words, what it is like for you to create in the written word.
It silences my mind.
Thank you very much for that. What are some misconceptions about creating in the horror genre that you have heard within maybe over the last 6 months or so, or a year, that you find utterly just ridiculous?
Well, that is pedestrian work. I mean, I read broadly. I read everything. You know what I mean? I read classics. I read modern, what are considered modern masterpieces. I try and read the best of what's out there. And some of the best of what's out there is in the horror field, flat out. You know what I mean? In short fiction, absolutely in short fiction, and in long fiction too. And so I think that some of the emotion that is in horror fiction is underappreciated or overlooked. I think the intelligence that is in horror fiction is underappreciated and overlooked, and the craft and the skill is underappreciated and overlooked. And I think that's unfortunate for the people that have those opinions and perceptions, because they're missing out on great material.
All right, who did the edits for We Are Monsters?
Don Diaria. He was the editor. Samhain was the publisher. So they have a group of line editors that helped out with that.
Do you have your book with you?
I do.
Let me see it.
So I'm at my workspace now. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, and your next, I don't know at what point she's coming on, but if you can see there, that's the first blurb I got, and the cover blurb is from Mercedes and Yardley. Yeah, who is incredible, who did win the Stoker Award, unlike me, but that's fine. She's terrific. She's one of a kind. She was the first. She was the first person to read. She was the first person that I got feedback from. And I didn't know her at the time. My publicist knew her and was like, I'll send it to her to see what she thinks. And I thought she was going to hate it. And not only did she not hate it, but now we're close friends. It's been cool.
That's awesome. All right. I love Mercedes. She's been on the show a number of times over the past 3.5 years I've been on, and very cool. All right. So I'm going to ask you some quick questions, and I'd like to see how fast your mind works by what your answers come out as. And please don't try to, really think deeply. Just pop it out there, okay?
I'll try.
All right. What's your favorite word?
PG.
I don't have a favorite word.
What's your favorite word? What is
what
it?
you're asking is what's the first word that comes to mind? And how about green bean?
What's your least favorite word?
Dog turd.
That usually means stepped in, ew, stinky. What is your favorite way of being creatively turned on?
Writing.
What turns you off creatively?
Ego.
What sound do you love?
Laughter.
What sound do you hate?
The alarm clock.
What profession out of what you've already done would you love to try?
I'd love to try being I would love to produce documentaries.
And what profession would you, not with a 10-foot pole, want to try?
There's many. I have all the respect in the world for these people, but I'm horrified by the idea of being a policeman. That I just can't imagine the stress that they. I don't, policemen are, there's so much, sorry to do a little breakaway here, but this is kind of an interesting thing for me, because I'm conflicted about the state of our police, and I don't think it's fair. I think it's fair that they're getting criticism, because I think some of the things that are happening are completely inexcusable and atrocious, but I also don't think that that's a job meant for human beings I think there should be a term limit for policemen. How can they not have PTSD after a couple of years of doing this? How can you how can you fear for your life in every interaction and not start to get a little trigger, happy? I'm not saying they all do, but Jesus, I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole.
If heaven exists, what would you like St. Peter to say when he opened the pearly gates?
Welcome in.
Cool. All right, you made it to 9:58 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which means there's only a couple of minutes left. And I would like you to give a shout out for someone with whom you appreciate for either continuously encouraging you or telling you, fine, just do whatever.
Can I do a couple people?
Go.
One, my wife. I wouldn't. This book wouldn't exist without my wife. Flat out, she is my #1 support. She offers me. No one is more encouraging than her. This is a very insecure profession, at least from my vantage point. She offers constant reassurance. She shouldn't do it. I couldn't do this without her. I wouldn't be doing it without her. Book wouldn't exist without her. I want to a quick appreciation for Nicole Cushing, who's coming on. Congratulate her on the Stoker award, and I know she helped accommodate me to be on the show, and that was very kind of her. So I want to express my appreciation. Jonathan Moore is a author that people need to check out. He was a prior Samhain author, was nominated for first novel. He is incredibly smart and encouraging, and definitely Mercedes and Yardley. She's probably my biggest support system as a colleague. She's outstanding. She's just a sweet, supportive person, and I appreciate her very much.
All right, thank you for that. You know what I'm going to ask you? I'm going to ask you if you'd like to hang with us for the rest of the interview. If you have time, you're more than welcome to do that. If not, I'm going to bring on Nicole and have you at least say hello and, some whatever you would like to say to her in person. So it's totally completely up to you what you would like to do. But right now, I would like to say you did an amazing job here on Zombiepalooza Radio. We would love to pick your brain and bring you back on again for a number of other projects and some other kind of ideas that I might have for you and all of that fun stuff. Dead Door, I'd like you to say your final comments to be able to round out this particular hour.
Brian, it's been awesome. You did a wonderful job. Can't wait to, definitely pick some brains for your next interview.
No, it's very kind of. Thank you for having me on. I've enjoyed it. The hour flew by. Thank you guys both.
You're welcome.
While I would love to stay on for Nicole, I don't want to.
No. You don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. We're known to do these kinds of things, and to at least let me get her to get in here so that you can at least say whatever you would like to in person. Sure. And I just told her to push the link, so hopefully everything works the way it's supposed to. What did you think about being interviewed on Zombiepalooza Radio?
I thought it was fun. I really enjoyed it. I appreciate you having me on here. I think you did a wonderful job, both of you. Thank you.
All right. Well, look at who we have here. On the big screen, we have Nicole Cushing on the big screen on Zombiepalooza Radio Live. And Nicole, before we start your interview, I have a very special person that I would like you to say hello to. That would be Brian Kirk. Go ahead.
Hey, Brian. We had a chance to meet very briefly at the Stoker Award, so it's good to see him virtually here. I know. Tonight. Yeah.
It's good to see you, too. Congratulations. I wish we had more time to hang out, and I know I know we'll run into each other again. Hopefully we can spend some time together. I'd love to.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good to talk to other writers and see what they're doing. That's part of what StokerCon was all about, is congregating and kind of talking and kind of comparing notes about how we do what we do. So yeah, it was great meeting Brian, and I really got a kick out of the little conversation we had. And yeah, I hope that we can have a longer conversation at some point too.
Likewise. Absolutely.
Right.
Well, you guys enjoy your hour. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good night, Brian.
Wow, Brian Kirk. I don't believe we've had him on the show before, and he was a little nervous before he came on, and I was like, "Don't worry about it, we gotcha." So I'm glad he had a great experience. All right, Nicole Cushing. I think I might have had you on before.
Yeah, I think maybe a couple of months ago.
Very cool. All right. Wow. Look at you.
First off, congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much. It's an honor to be awarded the Bram Stoker Award. It's when you look at the list of people who have won that award in the past or been nominated for that award in the past, it's pretty humbling, and so I'm very grateful.
Nicole Cushing was a winner in Superior Achievement in a first novel, and very, very cool. Mr. Suicide Horde was the publisher. And wow, so what ran through your mind when you got the, first of all, when you got the nomination, and then after when you actually won?
Well, I think when I got the nomination, I honestly looked at that as a victory in and of itself, because there are so many books competing just for a Stoker nomination. And there's an old cliche in Hollywood with the Oscars that says it's an honor just to be nominated. But I think it really is true in any kind of award that is this competitive. That when you're nominated, that's a signal that, that's something you can put on your resume forever. That's something that no one can really take from you. It's something that, it's a credential, and it's a well-earned credential. And so I was telling myself that a nomination was really a win, regardless of what happened. And I was thrilled because we saw a little spike in book sales after that. And I was thrilled because it was my first Stoker nomination. I had my short story collection was also nominated this year, but did not win. But it's so it's these were my first nominations for the Bram Stoker Award, so it felt like, okay, I'm leveling up a little bit more. And then when I was there at the ceremony and they called my name, honestly, I had tried to get myself into a frame of mind where I would be okay even if I lost. So, you kind of play the trick on yourself in your head of, I'm going to expect the worst, right, and hope for the best. And so you just kind of tell yourself, brace yourself for it's going to be someone else's name called. And then when they call your name, it's a little bit surreal because you're kind of like, oh my goodness, this is actually happening. And then there's just this rush of gratitude again, I tried to express it in my acceptance speech. I think I may have babbled a little bit here and there, but expressing gratitude to my husband who was there and was beaming all the time, and it was really great to see his expression when I won. That was really something cool to see. And expressing gratitude for all the people who helped produce the book, from the editor Ross Lockhart, who was quite courageous when he undertook this book, because it's a book that is pretty edgy, and so not every publisher was willing to take it on. He did take it on. And I is hopefully getting some credit for that. I hope his courage is being recognized, and I think it is more and more. And then folks like the copy editors, our cover artist, on the blog afterwards, Ross even thanked our publicity people and everything. Just the whole team that got the book together. My beta readers. You want to really recognize those people because they may not, be recognized in a Stoker acceptance speech. So I want to try to recognize those, and also the authors who have inspired me, and the authors who gave the book laudatory quotes, kind of, to get the word out about the book. People like Jack Ketchum and and Poppy Z. Bright and Ray Garton, who got the word out about the book, helped give it some, I guess I would say, just a higher level of visibility than it would have had before. So it really is, and it sounds kind of hokey to talk about the gratitude, but it's my genuine, kind of emotion is that I'm part of a publishing team. Writing is an individual endeavor, but publishing is a team endeavor for me.
Yes.
And I need to give credit to all the folks who aren't standing up there at the podium. So yeah, and just the rush of, this is my first Bram Stoker Award win, hopefully not the last, and just feeling really, really good, feeling really satisfied, and feeling very fulfilled at the moment.
Thank you very much for that. Various reviewers have described your work as brutal, cerebral, transgressive, taboo, groundbreaking, and mind-bending. This is Horror said that she is quickly becoming a household name for horror fans. She's also garnered praise from Jack Ketchum, Thomas Ligotti, John Skip, S.T. Joshi, Poppy Z. Bright, Ray Garton, famous monsters of Filmland, and Ain't It Cool News. Wow.
Thank you. Yeah. Along the way, people say nice things about you, and I try to make sure I let people know that. And for a writer, there's lots of different measures of success. One measure of success is sales. Another measure of success is just general appreciation, that kind of thing. But when another writer in particular says that they enjoy your work, that's a huge compliment. That's kind of what the Stokers are about too, by the way. I mean, it's an award given by the Horror Writers Association, so it's a group of your peers saying you've done something well, and so I think that makes it especially cool, because it is your peers kind of giving you a that pat on the back. And so, yeah, some of the names that you mentioned there are other authors. Some of them are editors. Some of them are reviewers. But it's really cool to get that feedback, and especially encouraging early on. Some of those bits of praise came, 3 or 4 years ago when I wasn't quite having the same traction that I do now. And when a reviewer just singles out your work and says something nice about it, it really puts wind in my sails. That's my reaction to it, and I think most writers are the same way. So again, I'm just grateful that it's hitting a nerve. Grateful that folks appreciate what I'm doing and have verbalized that, because that energizes me.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to say something to you that may or may not be surprising. You're a lady, and you create in the horror genre, and you're damn good at it, obviously. What is it like for you to be able to be a female who writes in horror that is appreciated? And what would you tell other ladies who create in horror to do to be able to keep pressing forward? Because we do need more women in the horror genre that come and rise up to the top.
Well, I only have my perspective, which is one perspective. If you talk to other women out there creating horror, you're going to get a bunch of different perspectives. And I don't want to emphasize my perspective while, I think we need to acknowledge that there are many, many writers in the field who are women. I'm thinking of and not all of them are household names, but folks whose work is really well established and really well respected. Linda Addison is a Stoker Award-winning poet, so she comes to mind. Molly Tanzer, who is an author who works at Word Horde. She's published with them before. She published a kind of like a paranormal steampunk western that was really, really popular. And Livia Llewellyn is another female author. And I could name, Caitlin Kiernan is another one who comes to mind. And these are all folks who have contributed to the genre. So I think I think it's not so much that there aren't women in the field. I think it's probably more balanced now than it has ever been in horror. But I think for some reason, and a lot of women are getting recognized with awards and that kind of thing. I think when you look at the commercial side of defining success, if you look at people who can really, they release a book and it's like an atom bomb going off in the field. We haven't had that in a while. But then, sometimes when women write horror, it gets classified as paranormal romance, or it gets classified as a different genre. So I think maybe we have had that. So honestly, it's a complicated issue, and I would just say, for any writer, male or female, to just do your best work, continue to put your nose to the grindstone, and these days there are so many small presses out there that even if you have a very kind of specific individualistic approach to the genre, so you may find somebody who will appreciate that. So I guess in some ways I think it. Well, I think there's always challenges out there, for women in horror. I think that we've made some progress compared to where things were, say, 30 or 20 years ago, and I look forward to more progress in the future.
Thank you very much for that. All right, Nicole's work is edgy, but not always gory. It makes the reader deeply uncomfortable without always relying on blood and guts. Awesome. Talk about how you work that edgy quality or that psychological quality in and draw the reader in without having to do that blood and gut all over the place.
Yeah, for me, it has to do with building strong characters. There are many things that are horrific. If you think about it, if I walked down the street today and someone, a total stranger, just came over to me and slapped me in the face, that would be shocking. That would be alarming. My face would probably flush. I would probably have a very rapid heartbeat. Let's say that person then ran off, and maybe I went to run after that person, and I tried to find that person. That person disappeared into a crowd or something. I mean, it would upset my entire day. And that involves no gore whatsoever, right? That's just an intrusion. It's a violation of social boundaries. It's a violation of what you expect, and it's the sudden incursion of something unexpected. So I think you can. Certainly, some of the stuff that in my books is brutal and violent, and I do depict violence. But I don't only depict violence, and I think when you depict violence, you have an obligation as a writer, at least I feel like I have an obligation as a writer, to depict it with emotional realism. So when I think about the experiences with violence I've had in my own life, in the lives of other people that I've known, it's not usually, this sudden, out of nowhere violence, although that does exist too, and I've known people who've had that in their lives. But the kind of violence that I've often been around is the violence that starts at a low level and then it kind of escalates, and maybe it starts with verbal aggression and then it goes into mild physical aggression and then it goes into full-blown physical violence. Is pretty nasty, and so I want to mirror that. I basically want my depiction of violence to be as true to how it appears in the real world as possible, and that means that when the violence gets really, really intense, it has to be as disturbing for the reader as if they were actually going through the event. For me, that's how I feel. It has to be that if I'm a lot of what I'm doing is depicting traumatic events, whether they're violent or not violent. And if I'm depicting traumatic events, I can't be subtle, because trauma, by definition, is not a subtle experience. And so I just feel the need to be as honest to that as possible. And there's lots of ways of making readers deeply uncomfortable without, resorting to depictions of graphic violence or reveling in depictions of blood and gore. I never want to make the violence seem, kind of sexy. I don't want it to seem like, like we're reveling in it. I really want it to be like we're mourning the violence, that we're, I want it to be disturbing. I want it to be kind of linked to a sense of mental disturbance or mental illness. I want it to be linked to a sense of disorientation. And when I say that, I don't mean that I want to depict only people with mental illnesses inflicting violence, but rather that the experience of having violence committed against you is something that jars the mind in such a way that it can lead to things like post-traumatic stress disorder. And I want to try to reflect those kinds of experiences. So you can disturb somebody with just a crossing of a taboo, a sexual taboo, a taboo in how people are supposed to interact in terms of authority structures or in terms of family structures. And so those are some of the techniques that I use. And I'm, obviously I feel like I need to always be improving. So I hope to have more, develop even more techniques as I grow as a writer.
Thank you very much for that. All right, so I want to move into the area of pacing.
Mm-hmm.
Violence, just gratuitous violence, is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Doing it for a purpose so that it is shocking is what you find value. But there are a lot of things that have happened within the media itself that people are starting to become very much detracted from that.
Mm-hmm.
What do you feel is necessary to be able to, I guess you would say, maybe perhaps up the game when it comes to writing horror, so where a person looks at it, they are truly shocked?
Goodness. I'm not sure if what I'm trying to do is just is shock people, but if I want to create something that's realistic with violence, a lot of times I'll focus on strong characterization. So we care what's happening to the people who are being violent to each other. And that raises the stakes, right?
Yes,
so
yes.
If it's just like if I'm looking at let's say I'm looking at a professional wrestling program on TV. I don't do that anymore, but I used to when I was younger. If you look at a pro wrestling show, you don't really care what's happening because, number one, nowadays you know that it's fake. But number two, it's just kind of like you don't really know the backstory, like a rich backstory about these people and their families and what they've gone through to get here, right? It's just kind of like two costumed personalities, two characters, like cartoon characters kind of fighting, and you don't really get wound up about it. But when we see people fighting, trying to think about a good example, when you see things happen to characters in Stephen King's The Stand, for example, you care about what's happening to them because you know enough about them to know that what they've been through before the super flu hit, and you care about that interaction. And so creating characters that you care about is an important part of depicting violence, actually. I would say the other thing is using sensory details. For example, in Mr. Suicide, there's a character at one point who busts down a door, and when I do that, when I depicted that, I wanted to show the reader the broken splinters of the door that got torn down because it was made out of a relatively cheap wood. I want people to hear the shrieking of the character who is beating down the door, and the effect it has on the person hearing this, and how it makes them kind of sick to their stomach, and kind of gives them a headache even to hear all this. And I want to, if I get deep inside the character and I look at, I include elements like sight, all the five senses: sight, smell, touch, hearing, and I know there's another one, and I'm really smart, and I haven't forgotten all the five senses.
The taste of it. Taste of it.
Yeah,
Yes.
taste. If you include all those elements in a depiction of violence, you make it a little bit more real, and you take it away from I'm reading about a character, and you make it easier for the reader to kind of slink into that character's head.
Yes.
And that's like you open the doorway for that experience, and so those are a couple of the techniques I use to make that real, and making it real, making it so that it can be shocking.
I have this person that I like to talk about. His name is John Rubicki, and he's an author. And during one of his interviews, he was asked what the writing experience was like for him, and he, in 3 words, said lunging at vacancy. What is the writing experience for Nicole Cushing?
That's an excellent question. For me, it varies. It depends on where I am in a project. Early on, there's a little bit of a challenge because I'm finding my way into the story, and so there's a lot of false starts. I'll think the story begins at one point, and then I realize that the story begins at another point. I think the lead character is a male, and then it turns out to be a female. And this is, these are like examples from stuff that I've been working on the last 2 or 3 months. So yeah, it's just pretty. It can be frustrating, honestly, at the beginning. But as things kind of start rolling along, there's this wonderful, almost spiritual sense that occurs in me, where I feel like it's almost I'm wrapped up in it. There's a sense of euphoria, of just a mental high, that is just wonderful. It's one of the best feelings I've ever had. And then there's, after that feeling, sometimes it goes away, and then, there may be more difficulty, or they may be kind of sculpting. A lot of times I feel like I'm, making soup, and I'm taking the ladle into the story, which is the soup, and I'm tasting it, and I'm saying to myself, needs more garlic, or needs more, needs more this, needs more that. That's what it's like for me. I mean, I have to be very honest about whether it's turning out right, and that means I have to keep a level of self-criticism there, and be objective about whether or not the soup tastes right. And eventually it will, and then I'm satisfied. And sometimes I need someone else to help me with that, and sometimes it's a beta reader, sometimes it's an editor, but it's all about making sure the soup turns out okay.
Thank you. Have any of your characters challenged you and told you, like back-talked you in any way, or made you feel like you were blocked into a corner that you might not get out of?
Oh yeah, I mean, characters. It's more the kind of like the talking back kind of thing, where and this is something I learned relatively early into my writing journey, where I would, if I tried to make a character go through a certain set of plot points, and I haven't really thought through that character very much, or if I'm kind of in the early stages of playing around with the character, then I have to go back. It's because I'm a fly by the seat of my pants writer. I'm not an outliner at the start. I'm a pantser, and that's what the lingo. A lot of people know that lingo. I'm not sure if your listeners do or not, but you'll hear about the division between outliners and pantsers. And pantsers are people who do not outline and fly by the seat of their pants and just kind of, discover what they do along the way, kind of discover the story as they go. And I do that for usually about the first half of a book, and then I'll start outlining just to get a sense of where I want to go from there. But with characters kind of talking back, I mean, that happens all the time, because at the beginning I don't know the character very well. And so I'm thinking, okay, character is going to do this particular act at this particular time. Character is going to go to this town, and then I realize that it doesn't make any sense for the character to go to that town, and I can do everything. Like in with Mr. Suicide, I originally thought about having the character cross over from Louisville, Kentucky, into southern Indiana, because there's a border. The Ohio River separates Louisville from southern Indiana, and I thought about having the character go there, and then eventually it really, it's like I ended up cutting, I think, 15 or 20,000 words from that book at one point, just because, this journey I had the character taking, just, it wasn't working, and it was too bizarre, and the character, was kind of motivated in different directions. So that happens all the time. As far as being, painted in a corner, I think that if I have a lot of this comes with humility. If I'm painted in the corner, then I have to be willing to surrender and say this just isn't working, and then I can go back and maybe it means I'm ditching 10,000 words or 15,000 words, but it's for the better part for the book. I mean, if I had been very prideful and said, well, I'm not abandoning these 15,000 words because that's 15,000 words and that represents for me, a little over 2 weeks of output, then I would have, I would have preserved my pride, but it would have been to the detriment of the book, and I might not be here sitting with you as the winner of the Bram Stoker Award for the best or superior achievement for a first novel. So a lot of writing for me is about just realizing that the story is not me, right? And so I need to be able to critically evaluate it. Just like when I'm making a meal, the meal is not me. When I'm making a cake, the cake is not me, and I have to be able to say whether it's working or not. That's the metaphor that kind of works for me. I guess the other metaphor I could use is a car. Sometimes you have to pop open the hood and kind of take a look, and see what's going on. And sometimes there's stuff going on underneath the hood that isn't working, and repairs have to be made, and sometimes you can make them yourselves, and sometimes you have to go to someone else to help you find out what that is. And so those are my analogies I'm dishing out tonight.
I appreciate that very much, and I get both of them.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to talk about the role of dialogue. The integrity and truth contained in the dialogue is ultimately what draws the reader into the narrative. So I want you to talk about dialogue as far as, I guess, one of the ingredients that goes into your book.
Yeah, well, dialogue is related to character. Early on in my writing career, I took a class from a writer named Gary Brownback, who has won, numerous Stokers for his work over the years, and he talks about dialogue as being a unique reflection of the character. So, for example, if you have two characters in a scene, their dialogue should be slightly different from each other. If everyone sounds alike, then it's a bit of then the dialogue is to some degree failing, because part of what you can do things in dialogue like suggest characters. Certain kinds of people use certain kinds of words, certain kinds of slang. Someone from one part of the United States is going to talk maybe a little bit different than someone from another part of the United States. My 78-year-old mother is going to talk differently than I do. So age and region and all kinds of things all kinds of things related to background affect how people talk. And so the more you get that realistically done, the better the characters will come out, the more well fleshed out the characters will become, and also the deeper you can kind of enmesh the reader in this sense of belief in what's going on. What I'm trying to do when I write, honestly, is get to the point where I'm basically triggering a daydream for the reader, or eventually a waking nightmare for the reader. And to get that done means that you kind of have to induce this altered state of consciousness in the reader, where they're temporarily so immersed that they're deeply in the story, and for them it's as real as this conversation that we're having right now. And it's tough to do, but when you do it, it's magic. And I think that's what fiction is really about. All these squiggles on paper or on a Kindle screen, triggering daydreams and nightmares in readers. It's really amazing if you think about it, the power of that. So dialogue is one way to do that, and having it be realistic. And I guess I would also say knowing when you need to use dialogue and when you need to use description, and not relying on dialogue too much to give exposition, because I think sometimes that can happen, and we get this info dump of, as you know, Bob, blah, 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 and people don't talk that way, and it take you out of the story.
Yes, and you don't want anything to distract the reader from your story. You want them glued in there from the beginning. All right, we're going to move over to irony. And that's the subject now. Irony is a literary device, as you know, used to offer background regarding the characters. And it's, I believe, an intimate way for the reader and the character to connect and kind of have a secret kind of conversation that the author doesn't know anything about. What I'm interested in finding out for you is, how do you place irony within Mr. Suicide? Was it easy? Was it difficult?
Well, something like irony, I think, has to come pretty naturally. I have kind of a quirky sense of humor, so in the midst of all this, really terrible stuff in Mr. Suicide, I'll use, it's just part of my nature, I'll use kind of like what they call gallows humor, kind of dark humor relating to the story and relating to the characters. And for me, that just emerges naturally. And that's just kind of how I've gotten through the first 42 years of my life, has been, relying on kind of gallows humor to, to be able to, make lemonade out of lemons, as the cliche goes. And so for me, it's I guess the only thing I'll say with irony is watching the proportion of it that shows up in your work if you're writing horror, because if you use too much, it can come across as a piece of humor, and if that's not the intended effect, then that can create real problems for you. But I think a little bit of irony here and there, and also there's kind of tragic irony too. There's the there's the irony of a situation where, well, I guess it's tragic irony of people who are trying to save somebody and they're just short, and if this hadn't happened, then the person would have been saved. Or I guess the not to get all egghead about it, but a classic case of irony would be a lot of the things that happen in the Greek and Shakespearean tragedies, where a character is told a certain prophecy and then it turns out to be true, but in a way that is not how the person who heard the prophecy expected it, right? It's like in Macbeth, someone is told that he would never be killed by anyone born of a woman, and he ends up being killed by someone who had someone who was delivered by a cesarean birth, and in that time that was considered to be not to be of woman born. So it's like this irony of kind of tragic irony that can happen too. And I probably lost half the audience there by invoking Macbeth, but
I love Macbeth. Macbeth is awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
So anyway, but yeah, so I think there's irony. Use it naturally. Use it when it makes sense to use it. Don't use it too much, or people will think that you're doing something besides horror.
Yeah, you don't want them to think they're reading like comedy or romance or something like that. Right. If you're going to write, you need to stay within that particular boundary. All right, speaking of boundaries, do any of your characters in any of your works ever break the veil and talk directly to the reader?
That's a very good question. I'm trying to think about this, and I'm sure if one of my readers is watching this right now, they may know this answer better than I do, because I'm trying to think about all of the different stories I've written, and I don't think I've done that before, and partially because I think that probably works a little bit better in film or on television or in a stage play. I think in books, it gets to be a kind of an unclear line too. Like, for example, if you're using first-person point of view, where the character's saying, "I did this, I did that," then technically the entire thing is breaking the fourth wall because
Right.
the character is relating their story in first person. But as far as like just kind of an aside to the readers, I think if you do that, there has to be a good reason for doing it. And I've seen it done okay in film. Well, this isn't horror by any stretch of the imagination, but Claire's Ferris Bueller's Day Off did that quite well, right? Where there are times where he just kind of like looks at the camera and gives you kind of like some summation of what just happened. That's probably one of the ones that I'm thinking of in film that worked really well. And that works because it's kind of a silly movie anyway. So you can break that boundary, and it works, really well anyway.
We're going to go over to Dead Door and see if he has any questions for the current guest.
Oh, I have a few, or a couple.
Good.
Out of your award-winning book, Mr. Suicide, what was the hardest thing about it?
Oh, goodness.
Created?
I would say the hardest thing about it for me was writing it and having faith that someone would buy it because it was so edgy and so extreme. And the kind of writing style I was using was kind of different. I wrote it in second-person point of view. So it's the first line of the book is like everyone else in the world, you've wanted to do things that people say you shouldn't do, and then it keeps on using this you did that kind of thing in a way that I think is effective. But a lot of people have been trained to think that using second person point of view is kind of like an awkward, pretentious device, and you have to kind of do it really well for people to get over that. So I think just having faith that it would be purchased, and then having faith that if it was purchased by a publisher, that it wouldn't just kind of like drop into the sea of books on Amazon. You have this huge miasma, this huge whirlpool of books in Amazon, and every day 10,000 or 1 million or whatever fall into there, and it's hard to get noticed. So I was really afraid of it just kind of lapsing into obscurity immediately. So it was difficult to maintain faith that I was doing the right thing throughout the project, but I felt in my gut that I was, and that this was the right way to write the novel. So I just kind of took the approach of, I'm going to write the novel as best as I can, and there's a possibility that this won't sell, in which case I would put it in my trunk, and I would just, then move on and write novel number 2, which a lot of writers actually do. And this is actually my second attempt at a novel, possibly my third, if you include something I tried to write when I was 22. So I guess overcoming the uncertainty was difficult, probably the most difficult thing.
All right, so what was the easiest?
The easiest thing about it was, I would say, I think the depiction of the household was pretty easy because I based it on, the house that the main character was living in is literally based on the house that I lived in. Like, we had thin walls, just like the main character has thin walls. The setting, of the book in Louisville was easy because I live close to Louisville. I live in a part of southern Indiana that borders Louisville, so that was pretty easy. And certain things about the main character's experience with depression in childhood came easily, unfortunately, because I have had experiences with depression off and on since my teenage years. And so I kind of tapped into that with the dynamic of what was happening in the book. Not just my experiences, also experiences of other kids I knew growing up, and experiences of family members who had depression. And so that's not a good thing to be easy. But in my case, it helped me tap into that, and it helped me with that whole depiction of the family.
Thank you very much for that. We're going to go back to Mr. Suicide, and we're going to go all the way up to the first line of the first paragraph. Do you have your manuscript with you at hand anywhere?
Well, let me see.
Look behind her head.
Yeah,
I know, right
there's a book up there. Hold it. Give me a second, and I will get it, and I can get it for you. Hold on just a second. I have to take off my headphones here.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sitting here admiring the cover of that too.
I know. Doesn't it look cool? It is
Yeah.
cool as hell. And look at that. Check that out.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it?
All right, I'm back. That was, a live exclusive here on Zombiepalooza. Everyone was able to see maybe my Svengoolie t-shirt. Yeah. So, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, so I have the book here, and also I brought down the Stoker Award in case.
Oh, look at that thing.
Beautiful. Does the door open? Does it
The
have
door,
your...
yeah, the door does open. If you open the door, it opens, and I probably can't show it here, but it basically has my name and the name of the book.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's pretty special, and it has some weight to it. I don't know exactly how much. I would say maybe about 10 pounds or so. I mean, it's not a light, thing.
That's cool.
Yeah, and there's all kinds of like little creatures, like there's a little centipede on the back, or something like that, a little critter, and it goes around from one side and goes to the other, and
That's awesome.
there's all kinds of so it's a cool award.
Wow, very cool. All right, so we want to go over to the first paragraph of the book itself, and I talk a lot about the importance of that first paragraph, and in that it's going to be happening within the story itself, the importance of how it needs to be structured so that when the individual looks at that first paragraph, they are drawn immediately into what is going on. The other part that I've been working on as of the last couple of months, though, is that very first sentence of that first paragraph, because that is the essence of where this thing is going, the seed. So what I would like you to do is first tell me how many words are in that first sentence.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Very cool. All right. 16 words that are put together in a sentence that use 26 letters from the alphabet. How did you write the first line in Mr. Suicide? What is it?
It's, okay, I'll start now. Like everyone else in the world, you've wanted to do things people say you shouldn't do.
Very cool. All right. That is something that probably most everybody over the age of, 2 have come to grips with at some point when they're told, don't do this, or maybe you shouldn't do this, or perhaps this is taboo, and there's no way. So that offers such complexity immediately right off the gate. When you started to work on this first paragraph, what was it like for you? Talk about the process of writing this first paragraph for Mr. Suicide. Was it easy? Was it informative? Was it something that you found to take more time than maybe what you thought it should?
Well, that's a really good question, because in my case, I didn't write the first line until I was already revising the book. I had an original opening that wasn't doing it, really, honestly. It needed revision. So I had already sent in the book to the publisher, and we were talking about some revisions that needed to be made. And one of the revisions that I made, the publisher told me that revisions had to be made, particularly with the end, but he didn't tell me how to make those revisions, which I'm glad. It kind of gave me freedom. And then I also realized completely kind of on my own that, the beginning needs to be tweaked too. And the way I wanted to tweak the beginning was to make it something that would appeal to someone universally, to kind of ease you into, coming into this character's brain, which is basically like this disgusting haunted house kind of place to be, and rather than going from 0 to 60 by letting you know what it's like to be in that brain automatically, I wanted to open it up with something that was universal. So yes, everyone has wanted to do something that people say that we shouldn't do, and so I start by acknowledging that, and then it's a universal invitation. Nobody can deny that. And the other reason why I went with that is because I was using second-person point of view, and you hear people all the time if there's a sentence. If I had started the book with, for example, you walk down the street, then, some cynical reader would say, no, I didn't, and that's kind of how people respond to second person. So if I started instead with this first line, then then they can't really say, no, I didn't, or no, I don't, because everyone has this experience. So I start off with taking this really universal description of a character, and then I narrow it down, and by the second page, we're talking about a pretty specific character, and so it took some time to get that right. It was something that came with revision, which is really, really important, and people don't want to hear it because the quick and easy way is always, it's hard enough to write without doing revision, but or to throw out 15 or 20,000 words of a novel, but I have found it profitable, to go ahead and do that, to cut words that need to be cut, and do the revision, and that's how I ended up with a better first line than what I originally had. I can't remember what I originally had the first line, but it wasn't anywhere near as effective as what I found on revision.
I love what you just put there in that last 5 minutes, talking about something that sparks the imagination, draws the reader in, allows for them to get kind of subtly attracted, which is the essence of true horror.
Yeah, you want to be able to believe that these things could be happening to you, if or to someone that you deeply care about, I suppose, too. And the more intimate you can make it, the more deeper you can get into the reader's head, the more vivid the daydream or nightmare will be. And the more effective the book, and the more satisfied the reader ultimately. And so that's it's like magic what we do. What we do is we create little squiggles on pages or on a Kindle, and people have daydreams and nightmares as a result. That's magic by any stretch of the imagination. Actually, Alan Moore would talk about that a lot. Talk about how that's actually kind of a sort of magic, and if you think about it in a certain way, it kind of is, and it makes writing pretty cool.
When you create a word, you give it life, and that is the essence for what magic is, because we would not have the magic without the words and the emotions and all of that stuff that goes into it. And I love that. What have you learned about yourself within the last year with this?
Yeah, I've learned. I've learned that I can sell a novel. I've learned that the novel can be appreciated by a group of readers and by a group of critics and a group of my peers. To be highly recognized, even amidst some very tough competition. So I've learned. Honestly, I've learned a lot of. I've learned a lot about what I want and what I don't want as a writer. It's Mr. Suicide was published by a small press, and I'm very happy with that, because Word Horde does a lot of great things as far as providing promotional opportunities for me and editing support and publicity support and all this kind of thing. But there's not the downside that you get with a lot of the larger New York publishers, where they have advantages. It's a trade-off. There are things they do very well,
right.
But there's also things that are more not really a good fit for me. So I've kind of learned, what my fit in the marketplace is and kind of what I offer that other people, I'm not the kind of person who will write, most likely, that, medical techno thriller that sells, 1 million copies. But I'm someone who does something, different for readers who are looking for something different, readers who are tired of, the gazillionth medical thriller or the gazillionth, action adventure-y kind of story, and are looking for something that's maybe a little bit more emotional, that's maybe a little bit more original or offbeat. And are looking for things that have been done in horror that maybe haven't done quite this way before. And so I tend to attract a lot of people who've been reading horror fiction for a very long time and are always looking for something new. And just kind of knowing where I fit in, I think is pretty good, and feeling comfortable with that. I've learned that what I want for myself is I want to have success. I don't want success to have me. And what that means for me is, not chasing other people's dreams, but chasing my own dreams, and learning what I want, and learning what my ambitions are. And it's been a really cool process.
Very cool. All right. Is there any questions that I have not asked you this evening that you wish that I would have touched on?
Well, you didn't ask me about what my most recent book was.
Go.
So, okay. Well, I'm glad that you asked. The most recent book is The Sadist Bible, which is available on Kindle for only $1.99. This is from a publisher called 01 Publishing, and they put together this nice little postcard about this, and it's basically about two despairing people who meet online, and two women who meet online and suicide pact, but they decide that they're going to have really rambunctious sex beforehand, and it has to do with all the things that don't quite go as planned along the way. And so a lot of what I'm getting into with that book is, a sense of people feeling alone, people trying to connect online. Like, the description of the book, the first line of the description is, how well do you know the people you chat with on a social network? So there's actually parts of the book that take place on a social network where there's chatting back and forth. And it's about, people who are alone and trying to reach out and find love and find connection, and everything that kind of, some things that go okay with that, but a lot of things that don't work out for them in that respect, and how they kind of interact with other forces that might be angelic or might be demonic. So it's gotten a lot of good reviews so far, and I'm really excited about it. And if you're looking to try out my stuff and you're looking to not plop down a huge amount of money, of course, none of my books, you can get ebooks of all my books, ebook versions of all my books, and they're not terribly expensive. But if you're really on a budget, this is only $1.99. It's the most affordable option available. It's a novella, so it's not quite as long as a novel, but it's about 90 pages. And again, it's gotten a lot of good reviews. So I encourage people to check out The Sadist Bible. There we go.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to ask you some short questions. And
oh yeah, this is lightning round. I remember this from the last time.
I want you to talk to me about the first thing that comes to your mind.
Okay. This is going to be dangerous. You never know what's coming out.
It could be, but we're expecting interesting.
Okay.
For you, what has been your most interesting response to one of your pieces?
Disgust.
What has been something that was a response that was very surprising to you?
People who thought that the ending of one piece was possibly with a little bit of a happy ending, when it definitely wasn't.
What has been most surprising to you as a person when it comes to the horror genre?
I guess how nice people are. I mean, this is not really that surprising because I've been around the genre for a while. But horror writers are the nicest, most kind people you want to meet. We have no heirs, perhaps because we're at the bottom of the food chain a lot of times when people think about like the hierarchy of publishing. So it's kind of like we're in the gutter anyway. So we're all big family.
What would you do if some of the characters in Mr. Suicide came out and in your bedroom when you were sleeping and you woke up and you just saw them standing there?
I would run. I would run and I would call the cops. And I would probably get my mace that I carry around, my pepper spray, and I would unleash it. Because basically I'm trying to think. There's not one of those characters that I would really want to just hang out and chill with. They're pretty much all the most benign characters in there are foul and disgusting, and the most dangerous characters there are murderous. So I would be running. I would be calling the cops. I'd be using my pepper spray. I would be calling my husband, waking him up, it would not be a good situation.
What would be the first thing that you would actually do if somebody came to you and said you just won $1 million, but you did it for something you did that was horrible when you were young?
Oh goodness. I would have to call a close friend of mine. I have a good friend that I can chat with these things about, and I can kind of say, how you all have like friends that you can talk to anyone about, or talk to about anything. And I would have to run this past some people because my first instinct might not be the healthiest one on either side. I would not make that decision alone. I would enlist a little group around me to kind of help me guide my way.
And finally, what did you think about your experience talking about your win of the Bram Stoker Award for Mr. Suicide on Zombiepalooza Radio was?
Well, you guys are always awesome, the zombie there still doesn't look like he's gotten any better since the last time I was on.
Haven't gotten any worse.
Yeah, Dead Door. I mean, it's like I was, he looked peaked the last time, and he still doesn't look like he's getting any better. So that was something I noticed. Even though I'm tired because it's like 10 o'clock at night and I'm old, I'm still energized and having a good time. And I enjoyed a lot of the questions that you asked because they have to do with craft. And I always like enjoying I always like enjoying. That's how tired I am right now. I always enjoy talking about craft because it's something I feel passionate about. So I want to thank you for asking a lot of questions about that.
Thank you very much. And now I got to turn it over to Dead Door William and have his final goodbyes and or whatever comments he has before we go to our fourth hour.
I'm actually the oldest person on this radio show. Nicole, it's been awesome. Let me see the Bram Stokers one more time.
Here it is. Yeah! Well, let's see. There we are. And then there's the door. There's the door. Oh,
it's gorgeous.
Isn't it gorgeous? Yeah. It's they have pictures on the Bram Stoker on the Horror Writers Association webpage too, and you can kind of actually see, in detail, and you can click on it and you can see it from all four sides. But it's always kind of cool to show it on video too. Right here, it's kind of like this is it, and I'm so proud to bring this back to Southern Indiana. I'm not sure if any Hoosier has won the Stoker before. If so, it's probably been for a while. So bringing it back to bringing it back to the Hoosier state, bringing it back for the pride of the Hoosier folks, and I'm really proud of that. Bringing it back for the Midwest. This is awesome.
All right. One other thing, I'm going to try and get Mercedes in before you go, and so that you guys can say hi and all of that kind of
definitely.
Cool stuff. So I just sent her a link, and oh yes, she's just seen it. All right. So I think she's on her way.
Yeah, she had some funny stories about what's happened with her Stoker trophy since she got home.
Oh?
Oh yeah. Her. Well, I'll let her tell it, but she posted some pictures of her. Well, I'll go ahead and tell it because otherwise it makes it sound like it's like scandalous or something. Yeah, it's hi Mercedes.
How are you doing?
I'm doing awesome. I was about to tell them about your kids playing with the Stoker Award.
Yeah, tell them.
Oh yeah. She posts these pictures of Facebook of like her kids using the Stoker as like a little play set, and they had like it was like this little fairyland kind of castle kind of thing that they were playing with, and it became their play castle, which I think is cool because it has to do with like, when you win a Stoker and you have small kids, that's what can happen with the Stoker.
Yeah, they really respect it. In fact, I have it right here, and today it has a dragon. So here's the Stoker. And then, is it even on camera? And then here's this big dragon that's been playing with it. So
that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
It's appropriate.
Yeah, my cat doesn't do anything like that. That's something I miss out on with not having kids, is I don't get the dragon on top of the Stoker. But maybe my cat will put a hairball on top of the Stoker. That'll be something like the close equivalent. I don't know.
The crowning glory, a hairball.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, if the cat can get to it, there will be a hairball on it at some point. So that's why I have to put it up in a place where the cat can't get to. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. All right. So lovely to have Nicole Cushing on Zombiepalooza Radio. You're more than welcome to hang out with us. If you'd like to, you can mute your mic, and or if you need to go and get your rest, we understand. So whatever you would like to do.
Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and bow out so Mercedes can have the floor entirely here, and also because I am old and I am tired, and so but I just want to thank you guys for having me on, and congratulations Mercedes on your win, and I enjoyed being on the winners panel with Mercedes on the Sunday after the Stokers, and talking about some of the experiences we had in common, and so yeah, it's just a really cool experience, and I'm grateful that you guys had me on. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and good evening. We're definitely going to have you on again at some point. So keep in touch, and I'll talk to you later.
All right, later.
Bye bye.
Wow,
that was cool. But look who we have. Look who we have now. Oh my goodness. Check you out. You're a Bram Stoker winner. Amazing. All right, so what I'd like to find out is, when you first found out that you were being nominated for this particular award, what was that like for you?
It was really surreal. And the reason is you get nominated like 6 or 7 times, and eventually you win a Stoker. And I was so excited, hopefully eventually you win a Stoker. And I was really excited to be nominated because I kind of felt like this was a sleeper story. I felt like not a lot of people had heard it or read it, and I was in between publishers at the time. So the publisher that it was eventually nominated for, that's not the publisher I'm with now. So I switched publishers, and it went out of print and was reprinted. And when somebody said, oh yeah, you're on the, congratulations, you're on the preliminary list, I'm like, really? I didn't think anybody had read that story. It's just kind of, I thought it fell through the cracks. And so being nominated, they say it's such an honor to be nominated, and it sounds so cliche and so cheesy, but it is so true. I was just, someone read it, I was over the moon.
All right, so what all the hubbub is about is Mercedes M. Yardley won Superior Achievement in Long Fiction for Little Dead Red. That was first published by Grimm Mistresses and then by Ragnarok Publications. Woohoo! Woo! I know, right? That is like just amazing. Now, we have had Mercedes on a number of times on the show, and it's always a pleasure when we bring her on. I think, is this, let me think, is this the first time that you've won? I think you won something else before, didn't you?
I won the Stabby Award, which is a big,
yes.
a big knife, a big medieval dagger.
Yes.
But this is definitely my first Bram Stoker award, so woo!
All right, so it's wonderful to see ladies represented in the top categories for winning this prestigious award. What was it like for you as a lady who creates in horror? What did it say to you when they said, "We pick you"?
I think the horror genre is definitely becoming more diverse, and I think that there were 3 women that won, and I think the works that were on there were more diverse than they used to be. I know Michael Brent Collins was on there with 2 pieces that he had self-published, and I think he was the first one to ever be on the ballot with a self-published piece. So I think the fact that they're looking at, there's more women, there's more self-publishing, the HWA is becoming more inclusive. That was really cool. And to be up there and sit on that winners panel with, Lucy Snyder and Nicole Cushing and stuff was just amazing. Just to have women up there and to be up there and be respected and be playing with the big boys, that was pretty cool. I think there's been a bit of a shift. People have always said, that there has never been any sexism in the horror genre, but as a woman, I never found that to be true.
Right.
I felt excluded. I felt, I'm not, the sci white male. I don't fit in this genre. So I think having us up there, and nobody was like, "Oh, you're a girl and you won." Yeah, they were just like, "You won."
Yeah,
So,
right. You won.
It wasn't like, "Go get your little girly bits up there to get your award." It was, I won as a person. I won as an author, and not, there goes token. So that was really nice.
That is something that I'm getting. Okay, so if you have me on the YouTube channel, you have to turn that off.
It's not. It's
What
coming off you today.
It's me? I don't got anything else on.
It's gone.
Okay, maybe it was just an internet Wi-Fi thing. All right,
It's a demon. It's a ghost.
Well, these things kind of happen. All right, where the hell was I going? All right, since I don't know where I was going, I'm going to go here. You were on the winners panel. I assume that there were questions that were asked of you while you were on this panel. I'm interested in finding out what question they came up with that really stimulated a wonderful response. If you remember what question that was or the essence of the question, please let us know.
That's a great question. What stimulated a response in me, and I was a baby and emotional, and it actually made me cry, was something that Nicole said. She was talking about being a blue-collar, growing up blue-collar, and not having the time nor the luxury to do what you want to do. And that made me remember how I put writing aside for a really long time. I also grew up very blue-collar. My father is a power plant worker, and we learned how to work really young, and you put everything aside to get your work done. Work first, pleasure, if you're allowed it, later. And I put aside my writing to help put my husband through school, to put food on the table, to help my son who has a disability, to do all these things for my children and for others. And I felt like my writing took a back seat, because I wasn't allowed to have that pleasure. I wasn't allowed to have that relief. That's not how I was raised. And I cried on the panel because I'm a dork, but it touched me so much to have people take what was my little hobby, what was my little, I'd allow myself to do this, and to validate it and say, your dreams are just as important as anybody else's. Your wishes and your desires have touched us in a way, and now we're giving you validation for it. We've actually read your work, and it means something to us. And it hit me on that panel that my work, it touches people, and people took the time to read it and to vote for it and think of it, and people would come up and talk to me about it. It's not like, "Oh yeah, good job." It was like, "I loved this part in your story, where?" And they knew what they were talking about. They had read it. It made an impact on them somehow, and that I cried like a baby.
While you were in this experience, what do you believe you took away from it as perspective into writing your next work?
You have good questions, Jackie. I think it made me realize that with my next work, I have 2 novels lined up that I need to do quite quickly, and then I have several projects besides that. It made me realize that I maybe need to be a little bit choosier about what I do, because I hate to say no. I'm very interested in everything. I want to be part of everything. I have FOMO, which is fear of missing out. I do not want to miss out on anything. Anything comes my way, I want to do it. I want to be there. I want to see this. And as an end result, I'm scattered. I'm not focused. I'm very, today I turned in 2 contracts, which is great, but one of them should have been in, 5 days ago. And so
better late than never.
And he's so kind. He's like Mercedes. I'm like, it's coming. Oh, let me get to that right now. In fact, I was laying in bed and I was like, I need to hire my best friend to just send her all my emails and have her just be like, I'm going to print out all your contracts. I want y'all to sign them. I will mail them for you, and I'm going to do that. So Minna, that's coming your way. I'm going to do that. But I need to choose more carefully what I want to do, what I want to be associated with, instead of 100,000 different things. Maybe only 10,000 different things.
All right, we're going to go and kind of switch up a little bit. We're going to talk about the essence of horror, and the way that I'm going to give it to you is I'm going to say 2 words. And I want to see what your reaction is first, and then I want to see where you go with it.
Okay?
The words are beautiful horror.
I love it. I think there's so much dignity in the pain and sorrow that people feel. And a lot of people write the very grim, the very dark, the very gory, and they do it beautifully, and I can't. That's not horror to me. That's just yucky, which is different. I want horror to elicit an emotion from me, and I find that the people that have suffered the most tend to have the most beautiful fractured souls. I love that when you see somebody who has really gone through something traumatizing, how they're cracked when they come out, but they just have so much richness and depth to them. And I think there's so much dignity and respect to that. And so that's what I like to try and convey in the horror that I write. These people are absolutely broken. They're like, for example, in Apocalyptic Montessa and Nuclear Lulu, a novella I have, they're very broken. They're doing terrible things. They're murdering people left and right. They're slipping in blood. They're shooting people in the faces. And you still like them. You don't like what they do, but you like them. You see the beauty of it. You see that they're trying to do their very best. They're trying to make up for wrongs. They're trying to express love in a very unusual way. But I love that. I see that in people. So to me, that's what beautiful horror is. Seeing something horrible, but seeing the elegance behind it. And that's what I like to convey the most.
All right, we're going to go into something that I know is close to your horror, to your horror heart and to your heart. Say that 3 times fast.
I can't. It'll just be horror, horror, horror.
I don't know. Passion in creating.
You're right. It's close to my heart. I think if you're not feeling the passion when you're creating, you shouldn't be creating. I think that if you're not finding the passion in that art, that isn't your art, and you need to find the art that brings that passion out of you. I know that I've done things before, like, okay, I'll sit down and try this, and there's no passion in it, but I can do an acceptable job on whatever it is, but I'm not leaving my soul there, and to me that's just a waste of time, because passion is what moves you, and it's what drives you, and you're not going to be rewarded, well, really, you're not going to be rewarded for the things that you create. You might get a good job sometimes or a pat on the back, but you can't feed your family on art, per se. Some people are able to, but mostly no. You have to sacrifice for it. It is a sacrifice to take the time to sit and create something, to tell the people you love, I love you, I'm going to have to talk to you later. To want to go to a movie, but be like, I have to create this art. So there's so much sacrifice for it. You're doing things that are just I think human beings are meant to create, but we're stifled. We're meant organically in our souls to create. I mean, you look back and we have, drawings on rock walls from thousands of years ago, whatever. We're meant to do that, but we stifle ourselves, and what's worse is we stifle each other. We're like, well, Jack, you shouldn't do your radio show. You're a woman. You should be home with your kids, or whatever. I'm sure maybe you've heard a thing or two in your days.
A thing or two, or something like that. I'll tell you something that is directly related to horror. About I don't know, 6-8 months ago, maybe a little bit longer than that, I had decided that my show, as far as apocalyptic theme, was getting a bit redundant, and I wanted to be able to continue doing the show, but I had to figure out how to branch out. So after talking with a bunch of people and my husband and all of that you do, we had decided that I wanted to move into the horror genre, and I thought, well, this should be relatively easy to do. I've got contacts and stuff, but I found that I got more people saying, you have no business being here, you don't understand the industry, you don't understand the genre, you have no real authority to be able to do any of this. Why do you think you're doing this? And then there was this one guy who had radio show background and had done, I don't know, 12, 15 podcasts on different things over the past, I don't know, X amount of years. And he berated me for about 2.5 hours on my cell while I was at a concert for one of my children, and I couldn't figure out how to, other than turn the thing off, but I couldn't turn my phone off because I had other children. And so he just went on. And what was really funny about the whole beginning of this is he said he had absolutely no time to have this kind of a discussion. And then I said, okay, fine, and I went my other way, and he just was outraged. Like, hold up, you're not listening to me? Why not? And that shows how stupid and out of connection you are with this particular genre. Don't you know who I am? And the whole bit. And I looked at that, and I told my husband after it, and I was just like kind of bewildered by the whole thing. And he goes, well, you have two options. Your first option, you could pack it up and just say you're not doing this show anymore, and that's it, because you've done everything you can. Or you can push forward and just dive headfirst into it. And I'm thrilled that I did, because if I didn't do that, then I wouldn't be meeting people of the quality and caliber like Mercedes Yardley, like Brian Kirk, like Patrick Freivald, and John Palisano. You guys allowed me to be able to step into your world where you obviously see my show name is Zombiepalooza Radio, and you embraced that. And for me, that was I think I got something here. I think maybe we can do this. And watching you over the time frame that I have had you on this show, on and off, just amazing with your development and the way that people react to you when you create. It is truly a gift.
Oh, thank you. That is so nice. And look at you, 3 years.
I'll be 4 years in October.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that crazy? Crazy. All right, so let's get back to your book, Little Dead Red. For those who have not seen this piece, I want you to give a bit of a synopsis as to what happens to some of these characters that belong to the Little Dead Red.
I would love to. So I'm getting a bunch of feedback. Is that... Okay, it's gone. I'm like, I hate the sound of my own voice, and here it is again. No! Okay. So Little Dead Red is, I was originally approached by Stacey Turner, who was a wonderful editor. I love her. And she was like, we're putting together this book called Grimm Mistresses. It's Grimm brother fairy tales. And we want them written for women, well, not for women, but written by women, and flip them all on their heads. We want them to be the Grimm Mistresses instead. So I believe there are 5 of us in there. And Little Dead Red is, of course, Little Red Riding Hood, which I have always connected to. In fact, I have a Little Red Riding Hood picture right here where she's riding the wolf. The wolf's very sinister and looking at her. But I always loved it. And it takes place in the modern day. It's very modernized. They live in the city. And Little Dead Red is this 12-year-old girl named Alita. And Alita has a little red hoodie she wears everywhere. And her grandmother's very ill, so she's like, hey, I'm going to go to the hospital where Grandma is. I'm going to bring her some soup. And her mom is like, I'm going to come with you. And Alita's like, I got this, Mom. Just relax. And Little Dead Red, little Alita, was abused by her father. We find that out quite early, so I'm not spoiling anything, by one of her stepfathers. And so the mother, Marie's, never gotten over this shame. So she stays behind while Little Dead Red goes and takes the food. And then when it turns out Little Dead Red just hops the bus line and never makes it to her destination. So the rest of the book is, where is she? What's happened to her? You know, the wolf has taken her. Who's the wolf? Can we find the wolf? And it becomes kind of a story of justice and revenge and love. But it's probably the darkest thing I've ever written. I think I can say that easily. Because it's not fanciful. It's not, and then the mystic dragon from over, you know, there are things that can happen. It's about child predators. It's about going vigilante. It's about, you know, things that are real, and sexual abuse and assault and things that are scary and frightening and very close to us. And I think that's maybe why people have responded, because it's, you know, it's right there. It's things we all see and just choose to either look away from or deal with.
Writing horror and having a reader immerse themselves in a book like that or a film like that allows them to peel back the veil and take a look at what may have happened to them if given different circumstances. It psychologically grabs them from their core, and it makes them take notice. It forces them to pay attention. When people were reading Little Dead Red, I can imagine you getting private messages and talking to you about how this affected them, whether or not they either had something terrible like that happen to them directly, or they knew someone that had this particular experience, and what it was that they did to be able to either move forward or to be able to console the individual that was in their life. What was that like for you when you were getting these private messages?
It was very humbling, and it was a little bit frightening. And the message that I received the most was usually from men that said, I have daughters. I read this, I have daughters. And, you know, it chilled me because I have little girls. But at the same time, it also made me feel really, I was so grateful that they felt they could reach out and maybe share their stories, and that I would understand it and not look down on it, or, you know, oh yeah, you're such a bad parent, you lost your child. You know, I've lost 2 children that have passed away. I've never had a child stolen from me in such a manner, but I had a lot of people that reached out and were like, this happened, it was my worst fear, it came true. We're still here, we're still alive, you know, but we've lost our child and now we have to deal with it, you know, repercussions of that. And I loved that they would feel that trust and feel that they could express that, because they don't know me. I'm not going to go home and gossip about them. I felt that maybe I was a safe place for them to put those feelings and have that discussion, and then they could kind of put it away and step back a little bit, having laid it at someone else's feet. So it was humbling. I tried to treat the subject with as much respect as I could, because I know how painful it is. I know how hurtful it could be, so I wasn't flippant in the writing of it. And I cried when I wrote this story. Like, I would just cry because it's very deep and dark, but lovely in its own way, I think.
A beautiful horror.
A beautiful horror.
It's a beautiful horror. All right, so I would like to pick your brain. Talk to me about, let's see, I'd like to talk to you about character development. And I'd like to talk to you about that with regard to making sure that each character actually has their own voice, very distinct, subtle nuances, the things that go into it that are not necessarily prevalent right when you first see them. That part of it is what gives them their soul and their motivation to move forward. How do you go about getting to that part of the character so that they have those qualities?
I'm very much not a plotter. I'm a pantser through and through. So I'll sit down and write and let the character's voice come out to me. The more I write, the more I know this is the kind of vehicle she's going to drive. And this is why she's going to drive that vehicle. She is cheap. She does not have money. She will find, whatever cheap, as reliable as possible vehicle she can find. And it's just, you look at your friends and you see why they are who they are. Like, I study and dissect my friends. I'm sorry, guys. I just do. And I'm like, okay, I see this. I have a very dear friend who works for the police station that never sits with her back to an open door. She always wants her back guarded. I'm the same way because I used to work at a sex offender home. I never want anyone behind me. So we'll sit down and I'll be like, I've got your back. You got my back? We've got our backs. And we'll sit down and that's it. We're eating lunch together and we're, surveying the area. And I see why she's like that. I see why she does that. That's part of her, and her father was a cop, and that's just what she learned. And then, you have another friend you sit down that just, woo, and is drawing with her crayons while you're doing lunch and whatever, she's taking the kids' menu and making shapes out of it. And what were her experiences? Why does she feel safe doing that? Why, does she feel that she can do that? And I find that when you get to know the people around you and you kind of distill them down into these wonderful things that made them who they are, you can do that with your characters. Like, why? Okay, my character's always guarded. Why? Why is she guarded? And then why would she, if she's guarded, how would she speak? Would she speak differently? Would she, run up and hug people if she's guarded? No, she wouldn't. What would she do? Does she make her hands, is she nervous with her hands? Does she keep herself, herself close? What is, and I find that as I write, their voice develops. And I try and give them, more like, not give them, I try to discover a tick or two that they have. Like, I have a character, Nameless, she bites her nails because she just she's nervous. She paints her nails black and then she bites them off, and being painted makes no difference to her, whereas to someone else, they might be painted and then she'll respect her nails and not bite them. Not this girl, So you just get to know them. And I think sometimes authors feel like they have to distance themselves from their characters, and they have to be like, I'm the author, you're the character, you do what I say, and that's not how it works. You just step back as an author and you let that character emerge, and they'll show you their tics. They'll show you their voice. They'll say things like, that ain't no thing. They'll say things that another character won't say. And they will show themselves to you if you as an author can kind of put your ego aside and be like, I want this character to say this. Well, maybe that character doesn't say that. Maybe you're forcing that on your character. Heaven knows how you raise your children, if you force...
Oh.
That's a whole different ballgame. But
yeah.
Let them be who they are, and your characters will show themselves. So don't stress, just write, and they'll come through. And their voice will shine.
Have you ever decided to teach any classes? Because you got the gift. You really should teach some classes.
I've taught a few, and they've always asked me back, which is nice, but I like to chat. I don't like to teach.
I see. Okay, I got it. I have an idea. Then we'll just keep you talking then. All right, so I want to move into a different area. I want to move into dialogue. Now that you've got the nuances and the character is going in the direction that you're both comfortable with, the character and you, how do you go about the placement of dialogue, and what do you use that they've already told you about themselves to be able to help you do the dialogue?
Dialogue is probably my strength. So when I'm stuck, I have two characters and I get them talking. In my book Nameless, I had a character named Mouth, who's a demon, and a character named Reed Taylor. And Reed Taylor can't see the demon, but the demon can see Reed Taylor, and they would just fight and fight and fight, and I'd have a person that could see both that would be translating back and forth, and whenever things got boring in the book, I threw those characters together because they just had sparks. They just so fun to have them together. So to me, dialogue is something that I can use to propel the story forward, whereas I know a lot of other people have difficulty with dialogue and it kind of sounds unnatural. But I think the more you listen to people, we don't speak in complete sentences all the time. You know, different people have different slangs, different, you know, where I come from, you know, it's up the crick and all these things, and we have all these little, you know, and then I have a friend who's all y'all all the time, and it's just, I love to see how different people have different things that they say, and I'll steal that for my characters because we're all different, we're all unique, and where we come from has such an impact on how we speak. Like, I spent a very long time trying to learn how to speak correctly because where I'm from, in small town Utah, everyone kind of draws a little bit, but we drop the end of our letters. So, like, we're not driving, we're driving. We're not fighting, we're fighting. There's a fight. It's F-I-G, F-I-H, it's a fight. And so I had to learn when I was doing theater, fight, and I had to learn to enunciate and all those things, and it drove me crazy because I didn't speak well. I speak very, a lot of colloquial terms, and your characters will do that. They're not all going to be born and be like, you know, this is a person that's a small town Southern girl. She's not going to be speaking like this wonderful stuff all the time unless she educates herself with books at home. What's she going to speak like? Be natural. Be true to the characters. Don't let people beat that dialogue out of you. And I think a lot of people are so, I need to write everything absolutely grammatically correct. Not in dialogue. You don't. Because characters don't talk like that. So that's it. I love it. It's a way to move the book forward for me. Just easy.
All right, we're going to go over to Dead Door William and see what his first question is for you.
Have you run into editors that do that with the dialogue?
Correct it?
Yeah, try to correct it?
Not lately, but when I first started out, I did a little bit, and that's kind of the sign of a newer editor. I think people that are more established realize, okay, you know, this is how the character talks, this is voice. I think kind of the newer editors are trying to correct everything to the point that they're losing the nuance. But now, no. And now I feel like I can kind of say, hey, I know what I'm doing enough that I can question some of that. I mean, I still have editors that are like, yeah, you know, let's not. And half the time they're right. Of course they're right. But I can now look at my work and be like, you know, there are some things I would dare fight them on, whereas before I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's the same way in film, as my buddy tells me. The grammar doesn't count. How long did it take you to write Little Dead Red from start to Bram Stoker?
Start to Bram Stoker, I like that. I struggled with Little Dead Red, and it's only about, I want to say, is it even 13,000 words? It's not very long. It's not even it's a novelette. It's not even a full novella. But it was really hard writing for me, and it was really difficult. So I would say it probably took me I want to say about 2 months with other projects going on at the same time. So yeah, probably about 2 months. And I hated it every second I worked on it. I hated it. I hated it so badly. I thought this story is awful. I'm not doing it justice. It's just, this is the worst thing I've ever written. It's terrible. And then like later, when I looked at it later, I'm like, oh, I like this. Okay, I'm proud of this now. But it took me a while. All my work is like that. I finished it and I'm like, well, my career is over. That was it. That was the one that tanked me. So.
You know what is beautiful about what you just said? You took all of that ego and everything, and it was just there was anywhere around, and it was just you and the essence of Mercedes Yardley looking at that. And I find very often when people, creatives especially, when they get to that point, that means that they actually have something they need to pay attention to.
Yay! It's hard. My friend, Her name's Amelia Bennett, and she is a really fantastic editor. So if you guys are ever looking for an editor, anybody listening, go to Amelia. But she pegs people down really quick. She can look at someone and tell their essence immediately. And she said to me, she's like, you are either one of two people. You're either think you are just an absolute piece of crap, you know, or that doesn't deserve anything good, or you think you're so amazing that the rules don't apply to you. So which one are you? And she says, I'm both. She goes, I'm the piece of crap the world revolves around. But she says a lot of authors are too, in the fact that we're, you know, my books are terrible, I just did a horrible job, but at the same time we're also like, well, I wouldn't expect another woman with 3 kids to be able to do all this, but I can manage to do it. I wouldn't expect somebody else to do that without help, but somehow I'm above that. I can do that. And we expect more out of ourselves than we would ever expect out of somebody else. So at the same time, you think you're this like terrible human being, and then you think somehow the rules don't apply to you. And it was really interesting. It was a great insight. I was like, wow. And she's like, I think that's you. You're the piece of crap the world revolves around. I'm like, okay.
That's, I'm not even going to touch that one. Leave that one alone. All right. That was beautiful. I like that. All right. Let me see what I want to do to you next. All right. We've been talking a lot about this particular subject, but the actual word hasn't come up yet. And the word is emotional. And what we're talking about here is emotional content, allowing for everyone involved, the author, the characters, the reader, the editors, everyone that touches this particular piece has to be emotionally driven at some point to be able to get it complete. The reader kind of oh, what is this? It's I get like the idea of when you make really, really strong coffee, like that cappuccino, and when they go to do the dials and all that, and they express everything that came out of that bean. Well, your book is the bean now, a coffee bean, but they get all that essence that comes out of all the emotional content that everyone puts into it to create it. Talk about emotional content.
I love that question. It's this kind of really interesting dance because the reader gets as much out of it as they put into it. And we can have all the emotion in the world, and if they're reading it and they're like, bzzz, then they're not going to get that. So I love the reader that can put, you know, oh, my day's been awful, oh, I'm really distracted. I love that they can put that aside and read and transform themselves into another person in a different world. I think that's stellar. I think that's good job, reader, and thank you for taking the time to do that. And it is a really emotional thing because we're talking about, you know, I'm writing, I'm crying while I'm writing, the editors are crying because I gave it to them late and have to edit it in like a day or what, you know, whatever. Right. But there is like so much work put into these books, and then things like formatting and all these, you know, people that do the cover art and all these people that literally are putting their, you know, blood, sweat, and tears into it, especially if you paper cut yourself. But all these people that are working so hard, and then to have a reader sit down and be like, I'm ready to experience this. You know, I'm ready to do that. It's stellar.
I have a question for you here. Surprise. Have you ever had an editor say, I found myself reading the book and not editing the book until it was complete, and I read it?
I did have somebody say that once, and that was the nicest thing, except that he was really mad. He was like, oh, no, don't do that.
Look what you did. You made me read. What?
Yeah, I'm like, sorry. He's like, and then it ended, and I was like, oh, there were 3 hours of my life.
Bravo! What book was that? Do you know what book that was?
Yeah. It was Pretty Little Dead Girls. And I'm so excited because that book was so hard for me to sell. I had an agent. We tried to sell it to the Big Five. They were interested but didn't know where to place it. it wouldn't sell. They're like, this is not a genre. This genre doesn't exist. And so here you go. And so when an editor read that and was like, I just devoured it. I was like, you know.
I love that. I love when somebody finds themselves doing something that they never expected that they were going to do, because of course they are very diligent in what they do, and then they're off someplace else and they're like, yep, 3-4 hours just went by. What?
And the anger. No, I've got to go back. Thank you. I hate you for being so good.
Right.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful thing when you can get somebody that glued into a work and then find they are just absolutely captivated by the whole experience. That is a win in any language. All right, so we've talked a lot about the content and the creation of your work. Now, what I'm interested now here in is, have you had any pieces where you've had to do research, where are you developing currently anything where you find you've got to do research, and if you don't, you're going to screw it up and you don't want to do that? So if so, go ahead and talk about the importance of research.
Yes. Not the book I'm turning in a couple weeks, and not the book after that, but the book after that has to do a lot with, the whole thing is about natural remedies and things like that, and giving someone the wrong remedy that causes something terrible to happen, and whether or not that happens. So I'm reading, and right now the working title is The Kitchen Witch. So I'm reading about, natural remedies. I'm reading about how to make my own, potions for this and a poultice for that, and if I get knit bone, I can do this, and I need to make sure I get it right, because I can't be like, and then she did this, which caused that, and have it be totally wrong, because you don't want to do that. You don't want people to just look at your work and be like, pfft. But it is so fascinating, and I have a friend who makes her own medicines all the time and coats them in certain ways, and she's just like, yeah, come on over, and so let's get our anvils and our grinders and put these things together, and it's just fascinating that people can go out in their backyard and like, oh yeah, this grows there, well, I'm going to eat it and be healthy. And like the things actually, this soothes you, this calms you, this takes away your headaches, that, there are these weeds that have these like magical properties, and I love that. So that's so fascinating to me. And this character, she makes soap, so I've been making soap. She has chickens, I had chickens, and just so much fun. In fact, Patrick, that was on your show earlier, I'm going out, he's having a retreat at his house later, and he's going to show me how to do, show me his beehives. I don't know if you're talking.
Yes.
Okay. So he's like, bring shoes that lace up. So I'm bringing my combat boots, right? I'm going to go in that beehive because my girl is a beekeeper. And I'm like, okay, show me. I'm like, show me. And he's like, you're going to get stung. And I'm like, I don't care. Let's do it. So I'm a little bit afraid, but very excited. So I love it. I don't usually like research per se because I get bored. Like with Apocalyptic Montessa, it was very fanciful. Like people explode, with spontaneous combustion or whatnot. So I didn't have to research that. I had to research things like, what does an 18-wheeler look like? Where does somebody sleep? What does a sleeping quarters look like? And things like that. But this one is a whole bunch of different, very cool, natural things.
All right, I want to talk about, because Brian Kirk will probably beat me over the head if I don't.
I love it.
we are monsters.
Yeah.
You on the front cover had written something about this book. Now, I would like to get your immediate reaction for this particular piece, and what drove you, an 18-wheeler speak, to do what you did for We Are Monsters.
His book is so psychological and horrifying and compassionate at the same time. Like, I read it, and he wasn't anyone I knew. Someone was like, will you consider blurbing this book for this guy? And I'm like, yeah, whatever. And I read it, and it blew me away. And it takes place in like an insane asylum. Mm-hmm. And it was written with so much horror, but so much heart and compassion. Like, you're reading about these people and you're like, this person is better off dead. They're just terrible, horrible, horrible monsters. And then you see, well, this is kind of why they did what they did. This is what led to that. These are the experiences. And there was so much heart. And Brian is so talented, and he'll be the first to, like, shrug that off. But he has a story coming out in Gutted, and it's called Picking Slivers from a Sex Slave. Did he talk about it? It is wonderful and horrible, and one of the, it has to win every award out there when it comes out. He sent me I'm like, oh, can I read your story that you sent? And he's like, oh, here's my story. And I read it and was just like,
wow.
Yeah, I wish I had written it, but at the same time, I'm so grateful I didn't, because I would be haunted. Haunted. I'm haunted reading it. And it's like the sickest, most beautiful kind of love you would ever, it is beautiful horror. So, his work and that book, and that was his debut novel. It was very, very intricate, and We Are Monsters was it had a lot going on. It's not one you can just kind of skim and be like, yay. It's one where you need to follow along, and it's very orderly, and that's funny because it's orderly, but it's not. It's very out there, but it's fantastic. Oh, I loved it. I was so happy to blurb that book. Oh, man.
That's wonderful. So there's order in chaos,
exactly.
Which is really beautiful. Kind of backwards, but it is beautiful horror in ordered chaos. Yeah. Whew. All right. Have you written yet your signature piece?
No. I thought Pretty Little Dead Girls would be my signature piece. And now I'm like, no, maybe Stormlight's my signature piece. That's what I'm shopping around right now. And then I'm like, maybe The Kitchen Witch will be my signature piece. So I'm excited to know that it's still out there. You know?
I will tell you, when we were talking about The Kitchen Witch and whether or not you're going to keep that, I don't think you're going to keep that as a title, but I'm using what I do for a living here, and that piece is going to be a very defining moment for you.
I believe it. I believe it will.
So, because it shows the line of thought that goes into how you place what you do, particularly where, and the character development that comes out of it is going to be something that is going to change how you go forward from that. So
I hope that's the case. Thank you.
It's going to be.
I'll cling to that. I'll believe you said it. I'll believe it.
It's going to be like that. You gotta just keep going. It's not to say that these two next pieces are not going to be something that is going to be interesting and stimulating, but what it'll do is it will help to add to what you're going to be doing for that piece, because by then you're going to be like, I'm on my game. I can do this. This is, even though this amazing thing happened to you with this Bram Stoker, such a phenomenal thing, I think that it is going to be something that is going to be the next step up for you.
Thank you. I think so too. I just have so much joy and hope, and it's a terrifying concept to me. So.
Good, because that's what's going to drive you. That terror is going to drive you. All right, so I need to find out, are you going to be doing any conventions or anywhere where people can get up close and personal to you? Not stalkerish, but, nice to be able to sign books.
Yes, in fact, tomorrow I'm flying out to LA to do their Shades and Shadows reading. I'm going to be doing that tomorrow, so please, anyone in the LA area, come. That would be fantastic. So excited to do that. And I'm going to be going to NeCon in Rhode Island in July. Other than that, I pretty much stay home. I stay home a lot. But I try to hit a conference or two every year just to kind of, mommy gets out of the house, whatever. So that's where I'll be.
All right, so I'm going to go over to Dead Door and see if he has any other questions for you currently.
No, I don't. I'm just in awe right now and enjoying the interview. I think I'm going to hashtag the show beautiful horror.
I think that's a great hashtag.
Please go ahead, Mercedes, and please do beautiful horror as a hashtag on your social media. I'd appreciate it, and I think your fans would too. All right, so what kind of films have influenced you as far as your writing career?
Well, this will surprise you. I like horror films, and I like fantasy films. I like things that are a little bit scary. Like as a child, The Secret of Nim, which I thought was scary.
Oh, yeah.
Gorgeous. I love it. The Last Unicorn. You can see I have my Last Unicorn original poster up there that's signed by Peter S. Beagle, and it's from the original when it first came out in like 1984 or whatnot. I love things that are beautiful but scary, and I like to use my imagination. I don't like gore being shoved up in my face because I like to have someone say his face, ran blood, so I can see it in my mind and create it how I want to create it, and create it to the level that I want to create it to, and not have it be like, and then, here's what happened and here is showing you. Like there's this show called Paper House. It's an old, I think it's a British movie. I watched it as a kid, and it was very kind of slow and quiet and atmospheric, and it was about a young girl that when she would draw pictures, she would fall asleep and the pictures would come true. And so she drew this scary house with like a big gate and like rocks, and she drew a boy looking out the window. So when she would faint and goes to meet this boy, and his legs don't work because she hadn't drawn legs for him. His legs are just completely useless. And so it was a really quiet, creative movie that I loved, and I haven't been able to find it since. It's been a really long time. But I love that because it gave, I like movies like The Woman in Black and things that have that ghostly ambiance and the dark but aren't like loud. I like kind of the elegant horror movies. Like I love The Babadook. I thought that was really fantastic.
That was a crazy movie.
It was, and on so many levels.
Yes.
Like what happened there? Was it this? Was it this? And as someone, that deals with depression, I was like, that is horror to me. That is true horror.
For a good film or a good book, you have to have multiple layers within the story, within the characters, within the development, all of that. It's something that if you lack in any of it, it's almost like taking, like, say, the background music for a film. It's almost like taking that out and not giving the individual the full experience. You have to be able to have these multi-layers, and a lot of it has to be very subtle, and it has to kind of soothe the person into it, because if it doesn't, then they're just getting smacked around with all of this stuff that happens, boom, boom, boom. You lose people, and people are more savvy now than ever, especially when it comes into looking at this particular genre.
Exactly. People aren't stupid. Our readers are
right.
Intelligent. Our audience is intelligent, and I feel like cinema lately has been talking down to people quite a bit, and it's like, we're not, I'll get this, don't explain it to me, don't smack me over the head with it, I am smart enough to get this. And I feel like if you raise your standard, people will raise to your standard. If you talk down to people, why would you do that? They're not going to aspire higher, though. They're just like, okay, well, if you think I'm stupid, I'm going to act stupid. It's like, just raise your standard and let people come up to you, because they will. They'll catch on. They know what's going on. I mean, they're savvier than we are as creators half the time, So
absolutely.
I do. I love that elegance of an intellectual show or film.
Absolutely. All right, so we're going to go to as Dora has named us, the lightning round. You ready?
Ready.
Okay. So, Mercedes, what is your favorite word?
Exquisite.
What is your least favorite word?
Fart.
What turns you on emotionally?
Beauty.
What turns you off emotionally?
Arrogance.
What sound or noise do you love?
Chimes.
What sound or noise do you hate?
Fork going against somebody's teeth. That's rape.
What profession other than what you have already done or committed to would you like to try?
Helicopter pilot.
What profession would you absolutely under no circumstances want to do?
Garbage collecting.
And the final question, if heaven exists and St. Peter greeted you at the door, what would you like him to say to you?
He would say, David Bowie is right there and he's ready to perform that personal conference for you, that concert for you. He's been waiting for you to come so he could sing and narrate all your books.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Thank you so much for being on the show. I need to ask you this. Is there a question that I haven't asked you that you kind of sort of wished I did?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just sitting here holding my ukulele because it makes me feel better. So I'm just good to know it's here. No, you're fantastic. Your questions entertain me every time.
Thank you very much. I hope to never bore you when you come onto the show. I'm like, you should hear me with that door. I'm like, I got to come up with some other questions so that this lady doesn't go, oh my God, this is like the last interview. So thank you for your answers. They were very candid and enchanting. And there's nothing else I have to say other than Dead Door. Would you please say your parting comments and or your goodbyes?
Mercedes, it's always been a pleasure every time you come on here. I do have to ask one more question. Can I see the Bram Stokers one more time?
Yes, you can.
Gotta see it.
Okay, so I'll put the dragon. I'll leave the dragon there. Here it is. It has a little door, a little dead door that opens. It has my name on the inside, and there are little creatures that are like, here's a little alien guy, little creatures all the way around it. It is so fun. You should come over and just play with it.
That would be awesome.
That'd be awesome. Long trip, but it'd be awesome.
It would be
no, right?
I'll make peanut butter cups. It'll be worth it. You'll like it.
I'll see you next year when I make it there finally. And by the way, congratulations.
Thank you. That is so nice. Thank you. I'm really excited. I'm excited.
All right, we're going to be bringing on John Palisano onto the show. If you would like to hang tough for a couple of minutes while I drag him in here, that would be wonderful. If you'd like to say hello or any comments that you might have to say for him. And let's see. I got to get the... I have a bazillion pages open on this thing. And Dead Door...
You need 2 screens.
I do. I really, really do. I tried working on getting that this year, but you know, life had other.
All you need is a monitor. Go to the thrift store.
I have 5 kids here at the house. How about that?
Hey, send them.
Send them to the thrift store. They'll pick out a great one. I believe it.
Can I just, you know, maybe, you know, swap a kid for a monitor? Is that legal?
Hey, you know, if it works hard, yeah.
Well, let me think of which. Oh, my son Nico is over there pointing at Lee. Wow, that's
they're already plotting against each other.
That's love right there. That is just, oh. kids, they're just funny. All right, so I did message John Palisano to come on over and hit that button. And while I do that, I'm going to pull up his.
I do have one last one, Mercedes.
Yeah.
When we're there at the Bram Stoker's Award, sitting there eating dinner and all that, and they're going through the awards and nomination, and your name popped up. What was the feeling?
Oh my goodness. I didn't even hear my name. I was so convinced that I wasn't going to win at all. I had some fingernail polish issues. So I was trying to fix my fingernail, and then my friend puts her hand on my knee and it's like, you need to go up there. And I'm like, why? What? Why? I missed it. That glorious magic moment. I wasn't, whatever. What? No. But they recorded it, so maybe later I'll watch it and like, wow. I didn't have a speech prepared. It was like everybody's worst nightmare, I think. But I loved it. I loved it. I was excited. I didn't care.
Oh, wow.
Next time I'll be more prepared, right? Next time I'll be like, maybe I'll win one of these. I'll actually write a speech or listen.
Well, usually the best speeches come right from the heart anyways.
Yeah. John, hi.
Hey, how's it going?
There it is. All right. Woo! I thought I was going to have to go and like run through the computer and find you. Like, where is he? All right. So John Palisano is here. He has won a Bram Stoker Award
It's true.
for superior achievement in short fiction. And the name of the piece is, hang on, give me a second. Happy Joe's Rest Stop. It is in the 18 Wheels of Horror, and it's produced by Big Time Books. Congratulations. That's crazy good. Do you have your award?
Oh yeah. You want me
Cool.
to grab it?
Oh yeah.
Right.
Go ahead. Grab that. We're very, very fortunate to have 3 winners of Bram Stoker Awards on the show this evening. And yeah, if you got one, time to show it. All right, we're going to put you up on the big screen.
What?
Oh, look, he's got a Dolby. Oh, my God.
Dolby!
No. Check it out. Oh, wow. That's
Harry!
And you can open up the door, because I heard that, the door opens. Hi, Dolby.
Hello.
Did Master give you a piece of clothing so you can, like, scoot when you want to?
He gave me a Bram Stoker bag, but I'm gonna wear it as a sock. What do you think of that?
I love it. It's awesome.
I think Stephen Jones will be the next teacher of the dark arts. What do you think? Dobby. Always trying to hide everything, Dobby.
Amazing. All right.
I think when there's a castle, Dobby comes out.
Oh, yeah.
That's just crazy good.
See
Look
the
at that.
door?
And there's his name.
The name.
Wow.
Well
Check
deserved,
you out.
John. Well deserved.
Woo! All right.
Thank
So,
you.
Mr. Palisano, I wanted to have Mercedes on so that you guys could, have a little conversation. And then, Mercedes, you can stay with us if you want, if you have the time, or go ahead and take your leave. But we'd love to have you here. I think maybe John might, think that's kind of cool too.
I need to go put my kids to bed, but John, it's so good to see you. I'm so
Likewise.
happy. So happy
You
for you.
too.
Oh, and he may be coming to the reading tomorrow, so that would be good.
Yes, I'm
All
gathering
right.
the troops now.
Very awesome.
Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Bye.
Good night, Mercedes, and
Good night.
pleasant travels tomorrow.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon.
Good night,
Have a
Mercedes.
good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye-bye. What? just lovely personality, lovely, lovely. All right, so this is your first time on Zombiepalooza Radio Live, and I need to introduce you to my first chair co-host. That would be Dead Door William. Go ahead, Dead Door, and say hi to our guest.
Good evening, John, and welcome to the show.
Hello, Dead Door. William. How's it going?
I'm dead.
You're
Going
dead.
good.
Ah, okay.
It's going
I'm
good.
sorry.
All right. So what was it like for you when you first found out that Joe's Happy Rest Stop was nominated for a Bram Stoker?
I was really shocked, to be honest with you. There's so many great stories in the books, and there were so many great stories on the preliminary ballot. I was really surprised. There wasn't a bad story in the bunch. And like I've been telling a lot of people, these stories are phenomenal. The last few years, everything on the preliminary ballots has been phenomenal, and especially the final ballots. We're in an amazing period for horror fiction. So it was really wild to see it advance so much.
Talk to me about what your reaction was like when they called your name to be the winner of the Superior Achievement in Short Fiction.
Well, I was betting against myself. I thought for sure it would be Damien or Alyssa Wong. And I don't know if it was a bonus or a negative, but I was sitting next to R.L. Stine, who was cracking us up all night. And I mean everything he was saying, because he didn't really know a lot of people, so he was riffing all night on people going up there. And I don't know if you saw the bit where Jeff Strand ripped up the Stoker certificate with his mouth, and R.L. Stine's like, "Oh, he didn't like the chicken either." And I was on the ground, and I'm just like, that's what I was dealing with all night. And I think when they called my name, he said something like, "Don't trip," or something like that. So I was trying to like keep a straight face, which I think I'm grateful for in retrospect, because it took a little of the stage fright out until I got up there and I looked out at like the 400 frickin' people, and I was like, "Oh my God, I have to talk."
That's a little bit. So, if you were to sum up Happy Joe's Rest Stop in 5 words, what would you say?
Nothing can break the bond between a father and a son.
Beautiful thing.
Yeah, that's that's the theme.
A big part of horror and its emotional content and being able to connect with the readers, as well as everyone that is involved in the project, editors and other people that produce for the project, it's just really huge. It's an emotional experience for everyone. While you were writing Happy Joe's Rest Stop, what kind of emotional experiences did you have creating it?
Well, when I did the first draft, the father and son theme wasn't apparent at first. It was more, I was trying to access that really fun 80s horror granule kind of story, where there's a normal situation and then these hellish things come in and just tear people to shreds. And I was having a good time of it, and the main guy is the man in white without a face, and he just lets loose these little icicles, which are kind of like these black little bits of oblivion that just go in and rip people to shreds. And it was kind of an ode to Phantasm and to The Stand and to The Thing and to The Mist and a lot of those great classic, very visceral stories. But in the process, there was something missing with the ending when I first sent it to Eric Miller. And we were talking, and he said, "I think this story is about the father and the son." He said it's missing that emotional through line that the father and the son just need to find each other. And once he said that, the next rewrite became even clearer and even more intense.
Yes.
So I started feeling it, and when we did that last draft, I was getting chills at the end. I was like, wow, this kind of went somewhere I wasn't expecting it to go. And I think that's one of the magic things when you work with a really good editor is they don't write a story for you. They kind of draw out the story that's in there. They kind of mine it out of you, which Eric did so expertly. He didn't tell me that, but he kind of pushed me in directions like, you might want to go under that rock and look under there and see what's under there, kind of a thing, which was pretty amazing of him.
Let's talk about the development or the character development, as we're already touching on that. For you, when you started bringing these characters together, what was that experience like when you were first meeting them and they actually said hello to you?
Right. Well, the young boy, I really felt the kinship with him because growing up with my dad, going into work with my dad all the time. My dad wasn't a trucker, but I'd go into work with him, so I felt that empowerment when he first walks in there and the father says, "Go pick anything out you want and pick out a magazine," and I kind of remembered those kinds of feelings, like when you were first, free to do something like that. You just felt like $1,000,000. So I really felt that voice in him, and I heard the father's concern, like, let's do this quick because we got to get back on the road. We got a load to deliver. So it really felt real. And the other thing was, I actually went in for everybody who got slaughtered, and I actually did a character sheet. I have kind of an acting background, and you go through, you do like a 50 questions where you say where were they born, what do they love, who first broke their heart, kind of a thing. And I didn't do 50, but I probably did 20 for each of the people that got slaughtered, even the woman behind the counter who's taking the change, just so that that world would be real and detailed.
Yes, that's a lot of times when people get stuck, they forget the basic necessities of making sure that the character is well-rounded. Some of them even have backstories that are not really used for that present piece, but that are necessity so that they can move along and be proper within the environment. So let's talk about the environment that you had to work with. It's very small.
Right.
So when you're working in an environment like that, you have to do very detailed oriented things to be able to pull more information in that small space. How did you go about doing that? What did you rely on from either your past or from people with whom you were working with to be able to get this going so that it didn't get stale and people wouldn't lose interest?
Well, I had the device of the void, and if you read the story, you'll see very quickly we're in this very claustrophobic environment, and with shelves falling down and people getting torn to shreds. But suddenly the man in white turns into the man in white without a face as his face sinks in and he becomes the void. But then the void starts appearing in pockets in different places in the rest stop. And there's these little like quicksand bits. And then that expands until outside half the world is turned into this void. So you're basically kind of on this floating boat in a way of this rest stop on the edge of the void, on the precipice of this void. So we were able to open up the story that way without even having to move the geography of the characters that much. We kind of brought the world to them. Another awful world.
Talk about the void as a presence, because it is not just a darkness or a way of separating, but it also has its own presence. It has a heartbeat. It is emotionally charged.
Well, sure, it totally is, and there's a finality to it, and a threat to every single person in there, and I think there's no turning back, and once it touches you, you can't go back from it. And I think that's the fight, and it's extremely metaphoric in this story. And I was vague on what it might have been. Could the father and son be a single father and son? Could they be? Could the mother be sick and they're bringing her something? But there was something, this void. Their bond needed to be strong enough that they knew they couldn't get past the void, because there were deeper problems. I mean, there were deeper, worse things at stake than just the two of them.
Right.
And I think that's one of the things where this void can stand in for a divorce. It could stand in for a possible illness or a sickness creeping into their lives that they're fighting, that they cannot acquiesce to.
One of the connections for the reader to be pulled into this story is, in fact, that void, because it reaches beyond that piece. It touches their life, their personality, their situation, whatever it is currently that they're dealing with, that maybe they're trying to escape from. It's enveloping them within this story. Have you had people talk about this story in that particular way, whether they private messaged you or sent an email or they put a review on that speaks about this essence?
Nobody's really touched on that aspect that I've caught. I mean, most of the reviews have been pretty much seeing the story at its basic level, which is fine. And I think that's one of the beauties of storytelling, is people can read them at different levels. Some people can read into things, and usually if somebody has seen something in a story or book of mine that I didn't really intend, they ask me if that's right or wrong. I usually say, well, it's right because it's right for you. And now that you've mentioned it, wow, that does kind of make sense. And sometimes we work with things going on we don't even know until someone puts them out. So far, you're the first person to really explore that aspect, which is really fascinating to zero in on that.
Thank you.
And especially seeing that, it's not just, it starts in the rest stop and it's taking other people, but then it moves outside and it's creeping upside down, and you're seeing, like, this isn't just here. It's not just my problem. It's a bigger problem.
Yes.
And again, even if you take it as the metaphor of like a sick family member, when you're that age, you have that realization because you're down on the floor with the things falling on you, and my world's going because this is happening to me. And then one moment you look up and you look outside and you go, oh, it's happening to others too. Wow.
And then
power.
That's right. And what you may or may not want to do with that at some point is extend this particular piece and allow it to develop in a way that you would be able to bring in more of this void. And I think that would be kind of cool. All right. So when you're working with character development and you're trying to make sure that these characters are well-rounded, they have a backstory, there is a connection for you to be able to pull from, have you ever had any of them come to you and present themselves in a way where it just was mind-boggling to you and you had to take some extra time to be able to figure out what exactly is going on with this character and why are they presenting such a strong voice here?
Yeah, I mean that happens more in novels than in short stories for me, and often my original sometimes I'll work from an idea for a while and then I'll realize that the character in the background, it's really their story. Like somebody will walk through a room. And I'm like, wait, their perspective is going to be way more interesting than the main characters. Like, for instance, I was working on a story where I had a mother and father fighting, having a fight, and it was a very compelling, dramatic scene with a lot of conflict. But then their mother-in-law, for some reason, I said, let's have the mother-in-law, walk by. And as she walked by, she was having all these memories of her marriages and her life. And I thought, wait, we should really change perspective here, because this is really her story of her experiencing this, and it'll be a much more compelling story if she's tying all these things from her life and watching her daughter fight with her son-in-law. So I totally went back to page 1 and basically switched the camera into hers, and I was like, wow, this is a really interesting perspective. So yeah, so absolutely, that definitely happens. You have to be open to that as an author, because I read a lot of stories where a lot of people are very stuck on their first point of view.
Mm-hmm.
And they're very stuck on kind of like taking a picture just like this, click, and that's it. And they don't get on the ground and look at the stuff on the ground, or they don't get on a chair and look up and look into the corners of the rooms and see, if there's other ways to find things that are even more fascinating.
That's I like to take pictures, and I enjoy taking them from different levels. I wanna be able to see what's going from ground, what's coming from the side, what's going on the top. And for you to be able to do that, you have to be very well-rounded. You have to understand that not only is your perspective important, but once you start to create in a particular world, that those persons that you create, they have their own perspective. And if you don't get out of your single-minded point of view of what you think they should be doing just because they look a certain way, or they have a particular essence about them, to allow for that character to develop in front of you, it shows that you have mastered the technique of sitting back, being quiet, and listening.
Right. And listening to your story and to those voices is imperative. The closest thing I can relate it to is if you're directing a scene in a play or a film, the actors will perform the scene, and then you need to figure out what is the staging going to be, where are you going to put that camera, to best tell that scene, where's the best place, and is the camera going to be the fifth Beatle in this, or is it just going to be a documentarian? Like in a lot of comedies, the camera's not really a character because the comedy is staged. But in something like The Shining, that camera is a huge character. And I think that's one of the things that you can do just the same things in fiction. You can do it spectacularly in fiction because you can actually get into the inner thoughts, and you can actually do perspectives from inside people's thoughts, which is a very unique thing to fiction.
All right, so since we're talking about character and the psychology of the character, allowing them to have particular emotions or particular drive, we get to touch on the subject of irony. The irony, when you allow the character to be able to have a private discussion with the reader, to be able to pull them in and give them a it's almost like allowing for the author to step aside. The characters talking directly to the reader. They are having a private conversation that even you as the creator don't know about, and it allows for that emotional bond, that connection that needs to happen to be able to push the story forward. So being able to do that and allowing for something like that to happen, to be able to take yourself and step out of it and allow for these characters to do that, is magic. It's that beautiful horror that happens, and it allows for them to really be glued into it. So they're turning pages, and hours are going by, and even they don't realize, oh my God, but I got to keep reading.
Right. And I think that you hit on a very, very important thing. And again, if you really know your characters, their voices come through. So much of writer's block that I find if I work with other writers is they don't know those characters enough. If I ask them, what is even the simplest question, well, what does Max want in your story? I don't know yet. Well, then you don't really know your story yet. You don't know your character. You have to know what they want, even at a base level. Maybe not in this story, but generally speaking, it's kind of like saying, writing an X-Files episode and not knowing that Mulder wants his sister. Find out what happened to his sister. Even though it might not be applicable in that episode, it defines him as a character.
Yes.
And that's something you need to know, even if it's not really present apparently in your episode or your story. You need to know those sorts of things, so you really nailed that. The other thing that really touches upon that I find very fascinating, because I'm asked all the time by people who are outside of the genre, friends and family, who are like, well, why is Dan Brown popular, or why is something like 50 Shades or Hunger Games or something so popular, and they're not really particularly well written or something like that. And there's a lot of criticisms of those books for those reasons. And my feeling is that the reader is going along with the voice of those characters. They're not worried about how beautiful it's written, but they like Grey in 50 Shades of Grey. They like him. They think he's cool and they want to read about him. It doesn't matter that a sentence is clunky here or there. They just want to know what this guy is all about, and they want to spend time with him because he's a compelling character. And I think that's true with all the best fiction too, no matter how beautifully it's written or how poorly it's written. And that's more of a judgment call anyway. But I think that's what as authors, knowing your characters inside and out like that. So basically, you can close your eyes and talk like them. Like a lot of people that can do impressions of famous actors and famous characters. I think that's pretty much how much you need to know the characters in your stories.
What do you think actually breathes the life into a horror work?
What brings the life into one?
What breathes the life? What is the actual essence that is brought to a horror piece where if it was missing, it just wouldn't be, I don't know, it just wouldn't be good.
It wouldn't be a horror story?
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Somebody has to be scared. Or horrified. Not to use a word to define a word, but somebody, a person needs to feel some kind of scared emotion for it to actually work. And the big secret is it doesn't necessarily have to be the characters. It can be the readers observing as a third party, and the situation is scaring them. But they're working through, there's a lot of the slasher films. You're really watching them through the point of view of the killer. Mm-hmm. If you watch them carefully, you'll see a lot of these lingering shots, and it's really the slasher's point of view, and what's scaring you is you're kind of watching it as a third party. The characters don't have enough time most of the time in those to be scared because they're doing all kinds of other things, and then suddenly, I'm dead. I get killed in 10 seconds. So they have no idea most of it until the end. So you're the one who's getting scared because you're feeling that suspense and tension. And I think that same thing can happen in a horror story. So it's not necessarily, your characters don't have to be in a bed, hoveling, like in Legati, scared that the great nothing is going to squash their, It can be the reader afraid of the actual situation, and the character's unaware. And in fact, that makes a lot of tension for a reader. If the reader is saying, "Oh my God, they're about to walk into a horde of zombies," and they don't have Daryl Dixon with them, you start to feel scared for them. You're like, "Oh my God, all they have is a banana or something," and there's 20 zombies. They're toast. Oh my God, and I like these people. They were just talking about Prince and David Bowie, and now they're going to be, zombie food, kind of a thing.
It's I like when something seems like everything is just going along beautifully, and it's there's no indication at all that there's going to be something really bad happening. It allows you to be lulled into it, and the essence of what makes horror really good is that subtle little thing that happens in anybody's life, and then the pitch that comes from the scare or the idea that there might be a scare element is what gets into the person's psyche to make them go, oh my God, oh, okay, that didn't happen. And then, bam, something comes along. That's pacing. It's a matter that is used within films and in books to get the person to be hooked into what is going on. So I would like you to talk about the element of pacing when it comes to the horror genre and specific works that you have created.
Okay. Well, a lot of my early rejections were for pacing reasons, because not enough stuff happened fast enough, and you can linger way too long trying to set things up. On the flip side, if you don't linger in the right places, that can also kill your story too. So I see it kind of as a song or a composition. You need to kind of get you need to get your chorus out, like they always say in songwriting. Don't bore us, get to the chorus, right? So you kind of want to get that first chorus in there early, and then you can linger a little bit, and then you've got to kind of structure it so that you have the traditional beginning, middle, and an end. Mm-hmm. Another big issue a lot of stories that don't work have is that they're really slices of time and they're not stories. They don't have a beginning, middle, and an end. And you can do a beginning, middle, and end in a short story. You just have to pare down a lot of the extraneous stuff. You can't put everything in the kitchen sink in a short story, which a lot of people try to do. They try, every paragraph's a completely different thing. And once you realize I need a beginning, middle, and end in a short story, I think that those pacing issues become clear. Where you're going to, put your dips and rises for your roller coaster. I think that. And in my own short stories, that's kind of a model that I try and do. And you can after you start writing many of these, you can play with that. You can put your ending. You can start with the ending and work your way back, like a la Tarantino kind of a thing.
Right.
For the right stories. But if you unwrap that story, those elements will still be there. So,
absolutely. All right. So, and thank you for that. What kind of writing techniques have you found useful in helping you move forward to being able to win a Bram Stoker award?
A lot of time making a lot of mistakes and writing a lot of bad stuff, and being okay with that, and not putting not thinking everything you write is awesome and brilliant, and just because you thought it should be cherished and perfect. It takes a lot of potatoes before you learn how to peel them great and fast. And same with cutting a tomato and anything like that. And I have dozens of short stories that I won't ever send out, and I literally have probably between 5 and 6 novels I wrote before I even submitted one. Just because I knew, and I would workshop them, and they were so flawed, it was just no. And early on, when I was like 12 or 13, I went to a seminar with James Michener, the writer, and I stood up and I said, hey, what is it? How when do you know when you're ready, or something to that effect? And he said, well, write 100,000 words, throw them away, and start again. Do another 100,000, and after that 100,000, you might be ready to start sending stuff out. And I was like, oh my God, dude, right? I was like, that's a lot of work, I was like, holy cow! But he was right, and I think it takes several years of just real hardcore work and making a lot of mistakes. And the other half of that is reading widely,
Yes.
which is very
For
important.
for some, I've had. This always boggles my mind when I bring people on and they say, well, I'll write whatever I want to write, and the people will buy it because I am who I am. And I ask them, I said, well, do you do research? Do you pull from what's going on in the daily experience? Do you do anything to forcefully, or maybe not forcefully, connect your reader to what you're putting on the page? And I've had a handful of people within the last 3.5 years that have been on this show that say, I will put whatever I'm going to put out there and they're going to buy it anyway. Talk to me about what you think about that statement and what you do as far as an author to go through the process of putting words on a page so that somebody will enjoy it.
Well, I never think that everything that I put out there somebody's automatically going to buy. That's just my own opinion. I don't feel like I have a fan base like that yet, where they're like, anything Palisano puts out, I'm buying. You know, maybe one day, but not at this point. And you know, I have a lot of respect, and all the respect for readers in the world, especially in this day and age when they have so many other choices. They're just going to close your book and do something else or pick up another book. So when I put something out, I want it to be the best that it can be. And I don't think I'm ever better than any reader. You know, I went to a B.B. King concert when I was a kid with my mom, and he was standing out in the rain after, just talking to people and everything. And I went up to him and I said, hey, you know, it's amazing that you're out here talking to us, and you know, it's raining, you should go in. And he said, you know, young man, you know, the day I think I'm better than the people I play for is the day I hang up my guitar. And I was like, wow, that's pretty cool, you know, because that makes a lot of sense, because it's a symbiotic relationship. You know, I think you're very lucky in this day and age to have anybody read anything in your stuff, let alone like it. So I think you really need to respect that, because they will turn in a minute. If you start stinking, they'll just stop buying you and they'll be gone. There's so many. Everybody and their grandmother and their grandmother's friend has a book on Amazon. You know, they don't need me. So I have to be awesome, or I don't put it out. So
talk about awesome. All right, so Happy Joe's Rest Stop is awesome to get this prestigious award. They don't hand these out like candy, all right? So you have to come up to a certain particular level to be able to be recognized as being in this group. Talk to me about your, and I really love about the first paragraph of either the novel or the piece that was chosen. And in this particular situation, I'm really hoping that you have either the manuscript or the book, so that you may talk about the first paragraph. Specifically, I would like you to tell me the first line of the first paragraph. If you have it in front of you, I'd like to know how many words are in that first line to that first paragraph.
2.
Wow, that's the shortest one. I think.
Wow.
I think the last the show before last.
Was it 26 or 20?
I see that.
Wow.
All right, so I want to tell you that the longest one we had, I think, was 26 words.
Okay.
Something like that, yeah.
For the first line. This one is the shortest first line ever on the show. Talk to me about that, and it's great too, because the last person that was on just the hour before yours, her line was universal. That 2-word that you did right there is the epitome of universal. Everybody has had somebody either say that or said that.
Yep. After you. And that is the devil inviting you over the threshold. In 2 words. 2 irresistible words. And like you said, everybody had that experience, and we don't think twice about it. After you, young man, right? Kind of a thing. He doesn't even say, he just says, after you. And as soon as he does that, he's got him like a fish on a line.
Wow. All right. That's really good. You're good. All right. So
I just want the sock.
I love that. All right. So when you were going to create this sentence and structure it with the first paragraph of Happy Joe's Rest Stop, which really in the name of this, the whole idea of after you is very common. Nobody thinks about it, but there is power in those 2 words.
Right.
And you develop it. Talk about the first paragraph now for this particular piece, and where do you take us in that first paragraph?
Should I just read it, or just I can talk about it, or okay?
You can do whatever you.
Okay. Well, it just sets up. It says, the next line is the man in the white cowboy hat stepped aside and smiled with his mouth closed. The smell of cooking hot dogs came through the doorway. Greg was hungry, and one of those big uns sounded perfect. He'd get right to it, probably rounded up with a big sweet tea and some chips. So we're setting up a very common kind of Russian, and we're hustling and we're bustling. We just want a hot dog. We want a big soda. I've been waiting for this. We've been on the road a couple hours, and here's this seemingly normal, just another cowboy in the middle of the desert, opening a door for this young man, and he's being pulled in by, cooking meat and food, and his dad was going to have to park the rig just outside the stop on account of all the truck parking spaces having already been filled. And how many times do we do this as a parent? You're like, crap, just run in there, little Joey. Let me park the car. You get started and go in there. And it's those moments, and that decision divides them. Right then and there, where he didn't just say, I'll go in with you, because if he had, they would have missed the whole slaughter. Like 2 minutes difference, and they would have missed everything. Yes. And that's one of those things you think about in any tragic situation. Like, wow, if I had only been 5 cars up, I would have been the one that truck had just hit, that I just seen, kind of a thing. So we're setting up the normal world, that's about to go very, very bad.
That's the subtle nuance that is a necessity for a good horror piece, whether it be a work of literature or a movie, to be able to get you set in there and go, oh, okay, I've been there, maybe done that, or I know somebody who has been there, done that. It is something that is pretty well crucial for most people. I mean, we need to eat, we need to get placed from here to there, all of that. So you're really giving us something that we can all relate to.
Right. Before the rug is pulled out.
Well done. All right, so I'm interested in what the Horror Writers Association said to you about why this particular piece was picked. Did they say anything to you about why?
No. I mean, they just announced the winners. And I went up on stage and took the award. I didn't get any feedback like, your story was the scariest or the bloodiest or anything like that. The voters voted, and then I think I was the one who had to say something about, what it meant to me to win the award to everybody.
Very cool. Yeah, I guess, well, that seems to be the running thing with everybody that's been on the show. Nobody got told why their work got picked, but that they unanimously said that's the one that is the representative for this particular genre. And how exciting for you to be able to have won superior achievement in short fiction. It's not something that a lot of people can actually say they've done. So you've already been put into this elite group. But I think with you, because you have a very grounded and well-minded way of being able to create, that this is not going to be something that is going to hold you back from doing even better, stronger works. It is going to actually propel you forward.
Yeah, I think maybe it took 1% of that feeling of being a fraud away, and that's about it. Because I think as writers, we all feel kind of like, you know, we don't know what we're doing at any given moment.
Right, yeah, you know, from minute to minute, we never know exactly what the heck is going to happen. There was a situation that I had about a week and a half ago now. Everything is going, you know, well. I'm laughing, I'm joking, I'm talking with a friend of mine on the phone, and then I get a phone call that nobody wants to get. And it changed everything. Whatever was bothering me 15, 20 minutes before that, even if I was having an enjoyable conversation, I still thoughts linger, you know.
Right.
All of that, everything quit. And it was only thoughts about what the heck you were just told and what you were going to do next to be able to deal with it. And that is how to make time stop when you're talking about the child going inside and then all hell breaking loose and all of that. Time stopped for that father.
Yes.
Time stopped for everybody that was in the building, because their lives, their perspectives, everything that they were worried about, whatever they were talking about, everything stopped.
Right. It did.
That is true horror.
It is. It is how the life, your wonderful, comfortable life changes, forever changes in a blink. And
all right, so what?
Okay.
Right, so what's next for you?
I have many short stories coming out this year. I have my first fiction collection coming out from Psychiatrics Press with Jason and Sonny Brock, called All That Withers, which collects, I think, 30 or 35 of my best short stories. And I just put out a collection, a small Halloween collection of 4 short stories called Starlight Drive, which is 3 previously published and 1 new one. I'm in negotiations for the next novel. I put 2 out with Samhain, Dust of the Dead and Ghost Heart. Yeah, thank you. And
that's awesome.
At the Stoker Con, I met with some people about putting out my next book, because we know Samhain is dialing down. So hopefully I'll get some news on that very soon. So lots of stuff.
Well, I mean, I am privy to being able to give you the name of a small press that just opened up on in January, called Stitch Smile Publications.
Oh, Stitch Smile.
Stitch Smile Publications, yes. Okay. The CEO of that press is Lisa Vasquez.
Oh, and, yes.
Yeah, I thought you might, recognize her name from over at, because she is prominent over there in the Horror Writers Association.
Yeah.
So, if you ever have, some free time or something like that, or you want to check that particular publishing house out, I'm sure that they probably would like to hear from you.
All right. I will do that. Thank you.
Very cool. Cool. All right. So, is there anything that we have not covered that you want to make sure that we do before I have to close out?
I would just say anybody who's listening that wants to be a writer, and I imagine there's a lot of them, never give up. I had 400 rejections before I made a pro sale. 400. And so don't give up. From 400 to number 1. So, but it took a long time. It took over 10 years to get from there to here. So I would like to leave everybody with that. And just keep writing and keep reading, please, and leave Amazon reviews.
Absolutely. The Amazon reviews are the lifeblood for an author. They need to have them. So please go over to where John Palisano's page is on Amazon and get the books, then review the books. It's a necessity.
Please.
Thank you. Yes, please, and thank you, and all of that fun stuff. One of the things that I usually do in the very beginning of this show is to make sure that people like, share, and subscribe to Zombiepalooza Radio Live on YouTube. Crunchy is usually the one that does all that. Dead Door, do you want to come in and say your final comments, questions, or anything like that before we have to go? We can't hear you. He's been having audio issues most of the evening. There he goes. He's up again. All right.
Okay.
I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for coming onto the show. What did you think about Zombiepalooza Radio?
I thought it was fantastic. I mean, you have some really amazing questions, and they're really geared towards the writer, which is really amazing. Really in-depth, really thoughtful questions, and I appreciate that very much.
Thank you very much. We would like to have a review of how we've done for you on Zombiepalooza Radio Dead Again, or not Dead Again, what am I talking about? We just changed it. Yeah. Zombiepalooza Radio Live on Facebook. You have a link in that email I sent you. Please go over there, give us a review, and if you have anybody that you would like to recommend for doing the show, please do that there as well as leaving some of your links, especially for this cool book piece, Happy Joe's Rest Stop, which is in the 18-wheeler.
18 Wheels of Horror.
Yes, 18 Wheels of Horror. All right, thank you very much. All right, I think you got Dead Door. Go ahead, Dead Door.
I think so. Do we got me?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Okay, congratulations one more time, John, on your Bram Stokers. And I did say, let's see that one more time before we get out of here.
Okay.
Show it off, man. You worked hard for it.
Here it is.
That is so awesome. And for all the other winners, yes.
Oh, sorry, the jackalopes trying to steal the spotlight. There it is.
All right, Dead Door, you know what to do.
Yeah, we do it every week. But this time we're going to change it up. Instead of George Romero, you know we love you. But for all the winners of the Bram Stokers, y'all have a good night, a good morning, and a good evening.
It was a black hole, bro.